Um, Welcome to the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors meeting for February 24th, 2015. I'd just like to report out on closed session items. So this morning we had two closed session items. The first one was pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D1, conference with legal counsel, re-existing litigation, Roger Pitto versus County of Calaveras, et al., Calaveras County Superior Court, case number 14CV40497. There was no action taken. And the second one was pursuant to Government Code section 54956.9D1, conference with legal counsel, re-existing litigation, Cindy Lavaghetto et al. Versus County of Calaveras, Calaveras County Superior Court case number 15CV40665, and we will reconvene at the end of today's meeting to finish that one in closed session. And please. So, report of closed session held on February 11th, 2015. Public employee appointment pursuant to Government Code section 54957B1, Public Works Director. A motion was made by Supervisor Kearney and seconded by Supervisor Oliveira, authorizing the County Administrative Officer to extend a job offer for the position of Public Works Director to Jeffrey Krovitz. The vote was 4-1, with Supervisor Edson, Oliveira, Ponte, and Kearney voting in favor, and Supervisor Wright dissenting. The offer was accepted, and anticipated start date is March 23rd, 2015. A resolution memorializing this decision will be brought forward at the March 10th board meeting. That would be it. Okay, so please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Joyce, could you lead us, please, in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. So now we're going to go into public comment. So any item of interest to the public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent of regular agendas may be addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda, unless it is determined to be an emergency by the Board of Supervisors. If public comment is completed before the 30-minute allotted time period, the board may immediately move to the consent agenda. If the public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, it will be continued at the conclusion of the regular agenda in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of the comments to be heard. And so we're gonna give 3 minutes per comment this morning. Thank you. Go ahead, Joyce.
My name is Joyce Teckel, and I'm here today representing the Community Action Project and MyValleySprings.com. We want to announce the milestone of a 6-year anniversary of our county government meetings video project, On the Record. On the Record began with the taping of Calaveras County Planning Commission meetings in February 2009 and is an ongoing collaborative project to make county supervisor, water agency, and planning meetings available to the public. Videos of Board of Supervisors, Planning Commission, and Calaveras County Water District Board and other public meetings are available at the Community Action Project website, calaverascap.com. Meetings are archived back to the Planning Commission in 2009 and the Board of Supervisors starting in 2011. Other agency and planning videos are posted on the MVS On the Record webpage at myvalleysprings.com/video. Each new meeting video is normally posted within a day of the meeting, and a complete archive of meetings can be accessed on the site. Planning Commission meetings are also available at the public library. Preparation, posting, and archiving of meeting videos is made possible through a partnership between the nonprofit community organizations, CAP and MVS, which promote public participation in local government and land use planning. Videos are also provided courtesy of Calaveras Public Access Television. Citizens who are not able to attend meetings are able to view meeting videos at their convenience. A January public forum, Let's Talk About Why the General Plan Matters, is now posted for the benefit of all citizens of Calaveras County. Making videos easily accessible helps hold elected officials accountable and foster county decision-making that is open and transparent. The videos are an invaluable record of past discussions that inform the future. Thank you for your time.
Jim Briggs from Murphy's, California. I'm here because I'm concerned over an article I read in the paper about your lawsuit with ACLU. I think there's a morality and ethics issue when you subtly try to bring your religious beliefs, or whether you're pandering for religious votes. Whatever you do, I think it is absolutely immoral what you did and absolutely unethical. Legally, I'm not a lawyer, and I don't know where your counsel was, whether they were asleep to let you do something like this, and not understanding the difference between church and state. I was a veteran during the Korean conflict, and my father was a veteran in World War II, and my son was a veteran in the Gulf War, the first Gulf War. And one of the reasons we were willing to die for our country is so that you could believe anything you want, attend any kind of a church, or do anything. But also, we all believe that there should be a separation between church and state. It's the American way. We're not in the Middle East where the churches and governments are all mixed up. I've been a taxpayer in Calaveras County for more than 50 years, and you're going to waste probably all the money I sent here in 50 years on this lawsuit. And I don't know if that's a bright thing to do. And the last thing I'd like to ask you is for some action. I would like the board members that support this ridiculous thing to apologize to the constituents and resign from the Board of Supervisors. I think we'd look better in court if you people show some, grow a spine. Do something right for a change and help the county out. Because we're not going to look in court if you persist with these kind of whatever you're doing. And I'd like to thank you for your time.
Good morning. I'm Jennifer Garlas, University of California Cooperative Extension 4-H Youth Development Program. Just here to give a brief report on what we're up to. Currently, we have 225 4-H members in the county. We're down 4 members from last year. So we're going to do our best to try to get our numbers up a little bit more. We're at 75 4-H leaders, which is actually up from last year, a good thing. We got the fair coming up. Hope everybody gets to go. And we're going to have a 4-H booth again at the fair. And we're going to, on Sunday, I think, we're going to have a butterfly and ladybug release at the fair. So that should be fun. And we have Agriculture Awareness Day coming up. That's with Farm Bureau, and that's at the fairgrounds for 3rd graders, and that's on April 9th. And we'll be having a booth there. We usually bring animals and display boards, and the kids talk to the 3rd graders that come through. We usually have, I think, 700 to 800 children come through on that day, so it's a really great opportunity for children in the community to learn about agriculture. And then the Children's Fair is coming up at Bret Harte High School on April 11th. Again, we'll have a booth there with educational material, and we're going to try to have some iPads there with information about 4-H and some videos playing. Also, the Home Arts Expo is coming up, and that is a 4-H county-wide event. We have 5 counties that we invite to go to this. It's going to be on April 8th, and that's going to be at Mark Twain Elementary. And all the board members will be receiving an invitation to attend that. It was great to have Chris Wright at our last event, which is Sub-Regional Presentation Day. Appreciate that. And to have Debbie's mother, Linda, come and be a judge also. So that's it for me. Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you for
Thank you.
doing good work.
Okay. All right. Have a great day.
My name's Charity Manis. I'm here as a representative of the Calaveras County Veterans Committee, which is a collaborative group of the commanders and presidents of all the different veteran organizations and posts in Calaveras County, representing approximately 2,500 veterans in Calaveras County. We wanted to bring it to every board member's attention that in 2008 you passed a resolution creating the Office of the Veteran Service Officer. In passing that resolution, you now need to follow the military code that says that you will fund it. You shall fund it, not may fund it. You shall fund it. So I just wanted to make you aware that CalVet has been funding half of that office through subvention funding, with the understanding that the county would be funding the other half once this resolution was passed in 2008. So I'm just going to give you the paperwork for that, for your perusal, and hopefully for you to make some sort of a decision soon on funding the office fully.
My name's Don Wells. I'm a resident of Calaveras County, specifically down at Lake Tulloch. I'm going to read through what I've drafted up here. I do have 7 copies. Would you like it before or after? You've all probably read about the proposal or idea to drain Lake Tulloch to save fish, specifically salmon. This federally adopted policy was created years ago. The fact is that this policy is outdated and completely ignores the issues of intelligent water conservation during a serious drought. This is now an urgent issue. This policy must be amended immediately, whereby the priority becomes people over fish. Every day this policy continues unchecked, this issue is evolving into a disaster for our county and our state. Furthermore, this policy sets a dangerous precedent for the draining of more lakes in our state. The problem, as outlined here, continues to hemorrhage. The United States government, through the National Marine Fisheries Service, the Bureau of Reclamation, undertook this conservation strategy years ago. The goal of the federal government is to supposedly increase the number of salmon by flushing them from upstream's area with cold water from the bottom of dams and effectively blowing the fish past predators. The problem, however, is twofold. Not only does this policy ignore water conservation, but in addition, quite a few studies have surfaced indicating this environmental policy is failing. Independent analysis finds this policy has failed to achieve its goal. According to Congressman Tom McClintock, more than 200 billion gallons of water have been wasted by flowing it into the oceans. A majority of this fish flow comes from New Maloney's. However, the water supply at Folsom has also been used, though at a lower level. There have been independent studies conducted where the fish have been tagged to determine if they actually reach the lower waters. One test funded by the Oakdale Irrigation District found that 50,000 small fish were pushed downstream, but an estimated 2,000 fish actually made it to lower waters. Old-timers in Calaveras and Tuolumne counties reflect that before the dams were constructed, the rivers could virtually run dry in low precipitation years, but in seasons with more rain and snow, the rivers were flowing and filled with fish. This current misguided policy is a result of the pressure of extreme environmental groups like Earth First. They are now pushing for a 50% increase this year in outflow above now those planned.
30 seconds.
More? More?
Yes.
This is preposterous. Today, too many public policy decisions on the environment tend to push forward without a comprehensive impact study. Effectively, these decisions and policies are made in a vacuum. The result, as we can see clearly here, is a serious cost impact against economic and social considerations. The cost to local homeowners and businesses in the Lake Tulloch Basin would be significant if the lake were drained. To name a few key elements, real estate values would drop, property taxes would eventually follow, and then we have our floating docks. Most of these docks are expensive, $50K range, and contain an integrated hoist system. The whole dock system is designed to float on the water. It is not...
Sir?
Then?
So your time is up.
Okay.
But I would like you to read first, second, third, fourth, 5 to 6
Pardon me?
on your next to last page. because you're explaining a conceived problem, but I want you to put down, I want you to give the resolutions if you have.
Did you want me to start? This is a really bad idea for 6 basic reasons.
No, I want you to start on the last page and what you're asking for.
We support Congressman McClintock.
Today we are asking you.
Today we're asking you to take the following action. Congressional resolution, pass a resolution to go to the U.S. Congressman Tom McClintock, John Garamendi, Jim Costa, and Jeff Denham requesting that they form a task force. The target objective is to ask the United States Department of Interior to halt any more water releases from the Sierra foothills until the drought is over. 2, Governor's proclamation. Pass a resolution requesting that Governor Brown issue an emergency order urging all state agencies to cease any more water releases while California is in this current drought condition. And he would request President Obama to similar action on the federal level. 3, state legislative initiative. Pass a resolution to go to the state senators, Tom Berryhill, Anthony Cannella, Kathleen Galgiani, and Assembly members Frank Bigelow, Kristen Olson, Adam Gray, and Jim Patterson, requesting an emergency proclamation from Governor Brown urging the cessation of releases until the drought is over and future releases would not impact local economies and the public negatively. This matter requires prompt attention and it must not be delayed because the new releases are slated to begin in a little more than 30 days. This is an important issue to all our communities. We need immediate action here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Joel Metzger, and I'm representing the Calaveras County Water District. I'm going to speak to the same issue that this gentleman just did, which is the proposed drawdown of Tulloch Reservoir. CCWD does provide water service to about 2,500 connections, and if you have 2 people per household, we're looking at more than 5,000 people in the area. So when we were made aware that there's a potential drawdown last week, it was very concerning to us, and we're taking this very seriously. I just wanted to make sure that we get the facts out there because there's been a lot of hyperbole about this already. And while this is very serious, we want to make sure that we're working with the correct information. So I have been in contact with the Oakdale Irrigation District, the South San Joaquin Irrigation District, and Tri-Dam, which is the agency that manages the actual dam. And I just wanted to make sure that you were all briefed on the situation. The CCWD intake in Lake Tulloch is about 45 feet below the surface level. If Lake Tulloch is full, it's at 510 feet above sea level. During the summertime, it's kept at about 508 feet. Right now, it's at about 500 feet. If it begins to be drawn down, it gets below that 465-foot level. Even if it gets close to that, we're going to have serious problems using our existing intake because it can create a vortex and damage our pumps. If it goes down to what's called minimum pool, which is the minimum amount where Tri-Dam can continue running their power generation facilities, then it will be at 431 feet. That's well below our existing intake, and we would have to extend our pumps, if it has to go into the deepest part of the canyon, maybe up to a mile. Now, we're willing and ready to do that, and Bill Purley's in the back. He has this system in his mind already. However, these systems take time. The pumps are not sitting on shelves ready to go. They usually take time to arrive, and we'd have to get a lot of people to come together and make this happen. But the main thing that we want to impress upon you is we are not going to have final numbers about whether this is going to happen or not until April, when we may have had a miracle March, or maybe we didn't. But the current situation is not looking good. So I would encourage everyone to not get too excited about this until we get those final numbers. We will be in constant communication with the irrigation districts and Tri-Dam to make sure that we're aware and that we get the planning taken care of and we're out ahead of this. However, another thing that's important to keep in mind is the reason Tulloch has been kept full is for power generation purposes.
30 seconds.
It has to stay full when the New Maloney's generators are running, and New Maloney's generators can only run up to 300,000 acre feet. Maloney's is at 600,000 acre feet now. If it drops down to 300, the generators will stop and Tulloch will be able to be drained. And yes, there are environmental concerns as well, but that's really the main thing that we're looking at. So just to leave you with this, CCWD is on top of this. We're in communication, and we're going to make sure that we continue providing water service to our customers. Even if it's drawn down, we will continue to do that, but we may need to work with this board to make that happen. So thank you for your time.
Thanks, Drew. Thanks, Drew.
Good morning. Vicki Reinke, Republican Party, Calaveras County Republicans. And I just want to thank the two gentlemen that's speaking before. This was the issue I wanted just to bring up because I was at that town hall meeting with Tom McClintock last Thursday, and this issue came up, and it was like, oh my gosh, well, we know the water situation is serious, and I think once you start affecting a community the way this will if Tulloch gets drained, it makes it even more of an impact. I've already been concerned just what's happening in New Maloney's because that lake was full 4 years ago. If 3 or 4 years ago, all the way to the top, I had never seen it that full, and it's emptying out quickly. And the culprit is the draining of that water for the salmon. So in tying these two things together, and I'm not going to repeat everything these gentlemen have said, but I trust and know that you guys will get behind this. We need to work with McClintock and support all of his legislation that he wants to do to get this changed, and we need to stop this release of water for fish until the drought is over and then reconsider, because it still doesn't make sense to me that we drain water for fish. So anyway, thank you. And because I have a little bit of time, I just want to say I was here at the Board of Supervisors meetings when you took up both of the resolutions for the Door of Hope, and I did not feel like I was being told that I had to believe in a certain religion or that I was being prayed to. And I'm not a church-going person, okay, I'll be honest, but I believe in God, and I think it's okay for our government to recognize good work of Christian people, or any people. So anyway, that's just my 2 cents. Thanks.
Good morning, Chair and board members. My name is George Fry, and I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the 2 CCWD directors that are attending the meeting today, Terry Strange and Dennis Mills. Dennis obviously comes here on a regular basis. I go to all the CCWD meetings, and with the election last November and a new majority on the board, things are really moving in the right direction. I'd like to thank Joel Metzger for all of the stuff that he's been doing since he was hired by CCWD. Of course, I would like to thank Bill Purley. I mean, the man is amazing, what he's done with grants for all kinds of projects for this county. So I just wanted you all to be aware that they're here today, and I think that any opportunity that you as board members have to come to a CCWD board meeting, I'm sure they would appreciate. Thank you.
Good morning, Board. My name is Kevin Ryman. I'm with the CCVC. Earlier, you received some papers on the Military Code of Justice Military Veterans Code, also Title 12 and AB 101, which requires this board to fund the CVSO, or the County Veteran Service Officer position. Some of you I've worked with this issue before, and you know who I am. I'm asking now that the board support any funding increase for Health and Human Services to fund a full-time CVSO for this county. Because on August 26th, when it was said that we go to Tuolumne County so we can go shopping, and that's why we go to their CVS over there, that is a serious disconnect on the board to understand what the needs of the veterans in this county are, and the services that are lacking in this county. So I'm just asking, please, that you would fund a full-time CVSO as you're required to by law. Because if CalVet knows, there could be some serious lawsuits going on, and that's not something that anybody wants. Nobody wants that. The vets just ask what we earned. Mary Sawicki, she's been working hard with the CCVC to make changes. We finally got walk-in appointments last Tuesday. She's doing what she can with the funding that she has. I'm asking that you just fund it. That's all I'm asking for. So I thank you for your time. If you have any questions, I do have cards. If you'd like them, you can contact me, and we'll discuss solutions. I have plenty of solutions for you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Joe Kelly. It's tough to be broke, isn't it? Last night I attended the last general plan community meeting. I had the pleasure of discussing my concerns with Amy Augustine. I thank you for bringing Amy Augustine in as a consultant. I have for you folks a reading list for your preparation of the general plan discussions. I suggest you forward this to the Planning Commission. Number 1, Government Code Section 54950, the opening Government Code section of the Ralph M. Brown Act. I suggest it be the lead paragraph in Government Code section to introduce the general plan to the taxpayers, citizens, and to the Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors as a principal governing law. General Plan Guidelines 2003, that's number 2. Number 2 is General Plan Guidelines 2003. The second draft is interesting. The 2003 General Plan Guidelines, I've been told, are the current guidelines. I suggest you read them. 3, California Floodplain Management Task Force Final Recommendations Report, December 20, 2002. Another interesting document and necessary to be read. 4, the Colby-Elquist Act of 1977, California and the Governor's Executive Order. Both are implemented in coming number 5. Number 5, Water Code Sections 8400 to 8415. Be sure to read twice. Water Code Section 8410, Paragraph A. Important. 6, California's Flood Future Recommendations for Managing the State's Flood Risk. Final November 2012, a joint participation of California Department of Water Resources and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. This is a large document and very informative as to flooding and floodplain management. It has issues and resolution availabilities. This is the most important document I've read, and apparently nobody else has seen it. So it's out now. In closing, I have a question. Since 1977, the Colby-Elquist Act implementation, how has the Board of Supervisors skirted, or should I say ignored, their duty and responsibility as given by that act and that executive order?
30 seconds.
I believe the voters have shown they don't want tyrants anymore. You wanted the job, you ran for the job, you got the job. Now do your job. Thank you.
I'm Bill McHale, and I'm here to represent the view of a Copperopolis resident on last Thursday's announcement. Friday morning, I don't know if you're aware, but I could hear the property value of my house going to zero. I mean zero. Nobody wants to buy a house that potentially has no water, could be condemned because it's a health hazard because there's no sewer, and also has this as an ongoing threat. So businesses in Copperopolis are exceedingly concerned on an emergency basis. I hope you are treating this the same way. I'd like to suggest you treat it as an emergency agenda item and consider this. The homeowners are going to say to you point blank, if my property value goes to zero, I want my house reassessed, and the impact on the county is going to be rather severe when there's 2,500 homes that go to zero value. So I think you need to treat it as that kind of a situation. So I hope you do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Supervisors. Adam Pugh with Congressman Tom McClintock's office. Congressman McClintock is strongly opposed to draining Lake Tulloch. It is environmental regulations that are causing this extreme action to be considered. The Congressman has been a longtime opponent of releasing water from federal reservoirs for temperature control for the fish. Congressman McClintock believes that droughts are nature's fault, but water shortages are ours, due to failure of man to build adequate water storage. It's been estimated that roughly half of California's current water supply is consumed to meet various environmental regulations. The congressman believes that people should take priority over fish when it comes to allocating water supplies. Draining Lake Tulloch is an example of the extreme to which these environmental laws have been taken, and those laws need to be reformed. The congressman has been working in Congress to pass legislation allowing federal water managers to conserve water for beneficial human use to the maximum extent possible once all state and federal environmental water right laws have been fulfilled. But even such common sense measures have been stalled. He will continue to pursue legislative efforts in Congress to restore sanity to California's water policy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Board. Bonnie Newman from Double Springs. I am handing you this morning, first, I object to the 3-minute limitation. Once again, I think we deserve 5 minutes to express our whole agenda, but thank you for the opportunity to speak. First I have here is what is my, from the outside looking in, interpretation of what IHSS program consists of. It looks complicated, and it is. It reflects the different funding sources and how the IHSS Advisory Committee fits into all of this spaghetti mess. I created this to reflect the amount of money. I was trying to track money in those days, and then it turned into who's responsible to who for what. Check it out later, because I'd like you to look at the second page. This outlines the IHSS committee rules, duties, and responsibilities. Role, okay? Mainly, our responsibility is to serve in an advisory capacity regarding IHSS and the public authority to the County Board of Supervisors, the governing body of the public authority, IHS contractors, and any administrative body in the county that's related to the delivery and administration of IHSS. Some of our duties include staying informed and educated on IHSS and public authority issues. We have not been able to use the public authorities' expertise because they do not make those kind of reports to our committee anymore. We need to provide consumer and provider input into the program and the public authority. We need to participate in outreach, education, and advocacy activities. We need to provide a forum for consumers and providers of personal assistance services, advocates, and other interested parties to participate. We need to review, advise, and make recommendation to the governing board on pending legislation that may impact the IHSS program, consumers, providers, and public authorities, and provide input on collective bargaining issues. This was set out by our original advisory committee. The last little packet, 2 pages that you have there, is what we did last year as a committee. We actually fulfilled what we were mandated to do, is to bring forth to you recommendations and advice on pending legislation. Our chairperson presented a letter to you folks like we were supposed to. Did the Board of Supervisors respond in any way like you're supposed to? The last thing I'd like to point out to you that the IHSS Advisory Committee is funded by federal and state monies. No county monies are involved. You cannot eliminate that committee. It's not funded by you, and it's mandated by the federal and state guidelines. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Peter Race. I'm from Jenny Lynn, and I wasn't planning on it, but let me make a statement. I appreciate your closed session. I don't expect any response or anything, but I believe also that we should appreciate folks expressing themselves and recognize their opinion one way or another. And on behalf, I'd like to give recognition to Cindy Lavanghetto, because I believe her name was mentioned on there. But there's a number of other folks that need recognition also in our community. Richard and Holly Mines, Don and Patricia Payne, William Whitmer, Michael Steckert, and Rhonda Nussbaum. I'll probably mispronounce the names, but I think they should deserve the recognition, appropriate appreciation for their activity. I personally like to say that I want to thank the faith-based organization of Door of Hope, and on behalf of a question of separating church and state, maybe we should start putting on the video in the morning when C-SPAN starts in Washington, D.C. Congresses start the meeting, and senators start their meeting. And maybe we should do the same thing, how they separate church and state. For respect, when somebody like a different organization prefer not to say a Pledge of Allegiance because it's fund them, federal agencies. A couple of years ago, may recall, there was a little bit of little action when Federal Agriculture Committee or something, the ladies didn't want to do the Pledge of Allegiance. They were free to sit there on their butt and watch everybody else do it. But it is noticed, and we can show appreciation and recognition to those agencies. Now, what I was going to do today, and I think pretty soon she's going to pull the gravel, membership composition chairs 25 members from industry, government, non-government agency. And at the end, I'll tell you who this came from. List of ministries and agencies involved. U.S. Department of Energy, U.S. Department of Agriculture, so on. Name of para-state bodies and institutes involved, as well as participating in academic and private sector. Pacific Gas and Electric, Georgia Pacific, Chevron Corporation, Citizen Network of Sustainable Development, General Motors, S.C. Johnson, Enron Corporation, Brown Ferris Industries. Name of non-governmental agencies. National Resource Defense Council, Sierra Club, National Conservancy, AFL-CIO, National Wildlife Federation, Environmental Defense Fund, Columbia River Intertribal Fish Commission. The reason I bring this forward, I want to hear some giggling in the back now. National Level Coordination Structure of Agenda 21 Action. This was in 1996, mandate and so on, and because I don't want to push my luck, I will continue, because there's plenty more. I will be more than happy to, that does come local, like the Perspective for Democracy and Socialism in 1990, was Berkeley, California, July 17 and 19, at 1992, and we can get some names we might recognize. That will continue. Thank you.
Well, the reason I'm stopping you is because you're more afraid of her than me. So you're looking over there.
Oh, I actually was making faces, so I thought, I'd give the proper reaction. Thank you, folks. Stay tuned. Yes, you will.
Good morning, Supervisors. Al Segala, Taxpayer Association. I have several items. I don't think I'll be able to get on in 3 minutes. The most important item is Lake Tulloch. And I emailed an article from the Union Democrat with draining Lake Tulloch for fish. Now, I put it in 14-point type, which means it's going to be very easy for you to read, and it has a good background of what's happening there. To that, in my email, I said, and this went to all public officials besides the supervisors, attaches a newspaper article from the Union Democrat on this issue. This is to request that you immediately seek to stop the Fed from draining our reservoirs during times of drought for the purpose of helping fish. In addition, as this policy seems to be part of an international plan implemented within our local, state, and national governments, that you call for a congressional investigation into the implementation of UN Agenda 21 within the United States. This is important enough for an emergency item on the agenda. It's very serious. The immediate issue is of course the draining for the purpose of fish, but the further important consideration is the basis for this policy. Where is this policy coming from? That has to be faced. It can't be swept under the rug any longer. And so we hope that you consider that. Now, on another item, Taxpayer Association, we appreciate the work that CAP did in putting together the videos for the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors. I only wish I had the time to watch them all. I don't. And if they didn't do it, then the Taxpayer Association would probably try to do it. But we're not well funded and we're not that greatly organized, so I don't know if the public would have that unless the Board of Supervisors would do it. We have a luncheon coming up on the 19th of March, and we have a speaker from the Pacific Legal Foundation who's had success at the Supreme Court on being able to defeat some extreme environmental laws that have been hurting ranchers.
30 seconds.
We also have John Coppell, who will be talking about what the taxpayers are going to be facing this year and next year. It should be very good. And then, and our most happiest item would be our award for excellence in public service, which is going to go to Diane Sebroyd. And she well deserves that, in our opinion. We've seen her year after year just do an incredibly good job. I have more items, but I think my 30 seconds is up. Thank you.
Thank you, Al. Our 30-minute time is up, but I'm going to let Mary Beth be the last person to...
I'm the only one that I really do have something good to say. Just kidding. Mary Beth Hospital, Community Outreach Coordinator for Cal Waste. I just want to take a couple minutes to thank Supervisor Edson, Supervisor Wright, and Supervisor Oliver for making the trek down to Galt to visit our facility. I hope you guys enjoyed the tour, and I look forward to seeing Supervisor Ponte and Supervisor Kearney. I wanted to touch base with you guys and just report back. Cal Waste has been doing tons of outreach here in the community, and one of the projects we recently worked on was a recycling awareness video, and the video features 6 kids from every elementary school in this county and in Galt. And I'm happy to announce, after 7 months of working on this project, we have finally finished the video. So we are ready to unveil, and we have an assembly set for every single elementary school here in Calaveras County to unveil the videos. So I'm going to send you guys an email on those dates for the schools in your district, and I encourage you to come out and watch it and show your support. Thank you very much.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yes.
Thanks for giving the tour.
Sure.
That was really informative. Just wondering, have your trucks started to roll again because of the strike down in Oakland was over, or are you still backlogged?
Yeah, just to touch base on, or just to briefly touch on that, as Supervisor Wright mentioned, we are at full capacity. We are having to store all of our bales of recycled material due to the strikes in the port. The ports are running again, they're behind about 2 or 3 months. So we've seen about, in the last probably week, we've seen about 3 trucks come through our yard. So that's better than when you were there, but as Supervisor Wright had mentioned, we have everything baled outside under tarps because we cannot hold the capacity of the material at this point. But it is looking better, and they have come to a resolution at the port, so we hope to see that material moving quickly.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Also, do you think that
Yes.
you could share that video with us?
Yes, I would love to share that with you guys. I can bring it here. I will get in touch with somebody and get on the agenda.
Thanks.
Sure. Thank you.
All right, so we're going to move forward to our consent agenda.
May I, Chair?
So if anybody else wants to add public comment, they can wait until the end of our meeting here, and we will continue public comment at that time.
Chair, can I ask too, there was a couple of comments made about the situation in Copperopolis be placed on the agenda as an emergency item. Can our county council address that as to why we're not able to?
Sure. The Brown Act is very clear about emergency items and what constitutes an emergency item. It's defined as a work stoppage, a crippling activity, or other activity which would severely and currently impair the public health or safety. An example of that would be a crippling disaster, a mass destruction terrorist act, or a threat of terrorist act. For instance, when Tuolumne County had the rim fire and the rim fire was actually occurring, it was an immediate need where action was necessary. It was an emergency for action to be taken immediately rather than, for instance, if the board were to direct staff to hold a special meeting that would allow for 24 hours notice to allow the public to be involved and to be noticed of the item. In this situation, it appears that some of the draining will not occur for at least 30 days. I don't necessarily believe that that would fall within the meaning of an emergency, although it is definitely something that it appears time is of the essence. So if the board would like staff to bring this item back, we can either agendize it for the next board meeting, or if the board would like to hear it before the next board meeting on March 10th, if the board directs staff, we can schedule a special meeting and have notice and meet the Brown Act requirements for that meeting.
Okay, so.
Mr. Edson,
I'm sorry, we're discussing it at the board right now.
It's going to take 6 months to get pumps
Excuse me.
to generate water.
Excuse me. We're discussing it at the board right now.
So with that, I would ask that the board be able to put this on the agenda for March 10th. I have been in discussion with the various federal and state offices in regards to some sort of resolution one way or the other, some members of the community in Tri-Dam, and plan to meet with Oakdale Irrigation as well. So I'd like to be able to have this placed on the agenda for the 10th, and I will continue to work with the various agencies and such in proposing a resolution for this board to consider on this issue. So in addition to that, working with CCWD as well.
Yeah, and if I may state further, my concern is that the wheels of government sometimes moves pretty slow. And March 10th is 2 weeks away. That means 2 weeks less that they'll be able to respond once they get a resolution from us. And I feel that the sooner that we can have a meeting and put our resolution out there, the better. And I would not be opposed to calling a special meeting for this, because I think that once we, you talk about the rim fire as a catastrophe. Well, what we have the opportunity to do right now is maybe prevent a catastrophe and support our county support that effort. And I think that it's important that we recognize it as an urgent situation and move as quickly as possible. So, would you be opposed to that?
No, not at all. I just, the 2-week time period, as I looked at and talked to the various other agencies, it's within that time period that everybody else would be meeting as well, and perhaps proposing similar resolutions and such. So, I'm not opposed to something sooner than that 2 weeks, but that's where I was coming from on the 2-week notification.
Under the Brown Act, to schedule the special meeting, we would need 24 hours notice.
Okay.
So.
We'll pull the board and see what they think about it. Do I have to, or do I allow public comment on this, or have we done that?
It's not an item on
so there won't be any public comment on this.
Sooner or later you will get it.
We will, sooner or later. So I'd like to pull the board, see what they feel about having I know we'll get it on the 10th for sure, but I'd like to pull the board to see about us putting together a special meeting to be able to adopt a resolution in favor of.
I have a couple questions. Certainly it's very urgent, but the question is, will having that special board meeting effectively do anything to help the situation except for seeming like we're acting, because, look, we're doing something, we're holding a special meeting, but does it actually do accomplish the result that we want? Will we have additional information? What are the powers that we have as a Board of Supervisors to actually affect the decisions being made here? If it was under our direct control, then I think we should have an emergency meeting and take action. But it sounds like it's just us trying to influence the gentleman there, his boss, and maybe it seems like it's under Fed control to me. So it really is, kind of, it's kind of beyond our control, unfortunately. And the congressman already has stated agreeing with citizens down there. So I'm not sure what we accomplished by having a special meeting except for seeming to, we're taking action, which is good. The public likes that. But, how much cost to have a special meeting is it? Not that much, right? 10,000? Does anybody know how much a special meeting costs? I mean, how much does it cost?
It's more in staff time, the staff time that takes to put together the special meeting, publicize the agenda. So it's mainly staff time that you're talking about.
Yeah, so there's a bunch of staff time. I mean, I'm wondering what, and maybe, I don't know if you allow this, Chair, we could ask the Representative Congressman Quintock, I mean, in their, because they're more directly have some influence on this, what their position would be on having a resolution passed, next week as in comparing it to the 10th would be.
Well, all I was stating was that it takes time for, first of all, to get the resolution and then to pass it on where it needs to go. And it's not just Congressman McClintock. It's also our legislators that it has to go to. Then they have to take it one step further and then maybe one step further beyond that. So that takes time. And, we have maximum of a month before they start draining the water out of there, out of Tulloch. Why not be ahead of the ball? It's not going to hurt anything. We're going to lose a little bit of staff time, probably minimal costs on advertisement, and we could be actually proactive for once. I think it's not playing to anybody. It's doing what's right for the foothills here and for our water supply, actually. Everybody's quick to take it, but this is our chance to maybe help defend it.
Right, but I mean, I hear what you're saying, and I agree with your sentiment, but I'm just wondering if the action that we take will actually have any bearing on what those guys are already going to do. I'm just being straight up. That's what I think it's going to happen, regardless of our action that we take, either today, next week, or on the 10th. It's beyond our scope of power. But if the rest of the board feels strongly about it, I'll certainly support that. That was just my plain, that was those questions.
Okay, let's pull the board.
I got a question first. Can you go through one more time what the Brown Act regards an emergency to be?
Sure. It would be a work stoppage, a crippling activity, or other activity which would severely and currently impair the public health or safety, such as a crippling disaster, mass destruction, a terrorist act, or threatening terrorist activity that poses peril so immediate and significant that requiring a legislative body to provide 1 hour notice before holding an emergency meeting under this section may endanger the public health, safety, or both.
That means now.
Right. Now, not 30 days from now.
Could you argue that the people that are, especially the people around the lake, are in great danger if this were to be the case immediately, and if we were to notice this for 1 hour and take care of this at the end of all the other activity today, and send a resolution to the powers that be? That way we do not have to do a second meeting.
My only concern is with the Brown Act. The Brown Act is to ensure that the public has an opportunity to be heard and for the process to be open and transparent. And so if it doesn't meet a clear immediate harm or an immediate need for action, then under the Brown Act, the public should be able to be noticed and be heard of this issue. And with a special meeting, it's only 24 hours notice that's required. So I understand that you're trying to prevent an additional meeting from having to be agendized and posted. But I think under the circumstances, it is the safest route under the Brown Act to comply with those provisions.
Thank you. I'll respect that advice.
I also have one question. As I understand this issue, is it proposed to drain Lake Tulloch, or is it actually set in motion by proper authority?
At this point, I am not clear. There's a variety of things that are being said, and so that would be another reason why there's a lot of information that has not been presented, and I don't know. This was just brought to my attention yesterday.
Do we need a motion? Which is another reason, no, we just need to pull the board. Which is another reason why a public meeting is good, because you get to hear all sides of the story. And if we did it right now, first of all, the Brown Act is an issue. Secondly, we've been through this road before, where we got in trouble by just acting on something quickly and not being able to have all the information available so that we can make a really good decision. That's what we're here for, to make an informed decision. So that's why I like the idea of having a special meeting. We can do it in between now and March 10th. It's a situation where I think it needs to be handled very quickly. We need to support our legislators and our congressmen. And I feel that that's the reason why I think we should have a special meeting. So I'm asking for the board to weigh in on it.
I would support a special meeting. I think we need at least a week out. There's some member agencies, CCWD and Tri-Dam, to be as part of this equation in regards to seeking information from them. We certainly have members of the community, both those residents and businesses in and around the lake area. This is, a rim fire in sorts, in that it could be a major catastrophe to our area, just not Copperopolis. I look at this as a regional problem. Certainly, we have the lakes around the house, but it's more of the economy of Copperopolis and the region. It's a livelihood of many folks. It's our drinking water source, not only for Calaveras County, but Tuolumne County as well. And I believe the supervisors there are weighing in on this particular issue too. So, I think giving a week's out in regards to a special meeting would be most helpful. And it would give staff time as well as myself time and some others to reach out to some of these other member agencies. I think it's important that we have all of the information. I'm certainly, what was presented today is good information, but I know there's much more out there that we need to know about, so that when we have a resolution before us, we have, information coming from a variety of sources.
Yeah, I just heard about this yesterday, so I understand the significance of it, but we need to...
It's getting a lot of press play right now. I know, various boards are meeting and discussing this. So, again, I want to reach out to and Tri-Dam, Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors, and certainly members of the public and residents of Copperopolis and the businesses of Copperopolis. So.
Okay. So, Debbie, in favor of?
Yes.
A week out?
A week out.
Okay.
Special.
Anybody else?
Sure. Providing we can get the information from the other agencies, the other involved parties, I would agree with a week versus
It's Debbie's district, so she wants to do it. I'm all for it.
Thank you.
All right.
So just to confirm, are we talking about Tuesday, March 3rd?
Yes.
Would that be a 9 a.m. start time, 10 a.m. start time?
Yeah, I do know that the Oakdale Irrigation District folks meet next Tuesday, but I think we just have to set our date and go forward, and hopefully we'll have, people attending and being represented here too, as well as down in Oakdale. I think whatever date we set, we're going to conflict with someone else. So, but I think in that meantime, we certainly would get some input from CCWD and Tri-Dams and Palmer County Board and such.
I understand the CCWD's next board meeting is on the 11th, so I would suggest maybe considering your meeting after the CCWD board. Is that a chance to tackle this situation? Just FYI.
And I think CCWD is also considering a special meeting.
Not heard of that yet. They just said they were.
Yes, that's what I was hearing. So.
Okay. So next Tuesday is good?
I go for 9 o'clock.
All right.
9 o'clock?
9 o'clock.
Thank you.
Sure. All right. Thank you for bringing it up. All right. So now we get to go to... So now we're going to go move on to our consent agenda. Consent agenda items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They will be acted upon by the board at one time without discussion. Any board member, staff member, or interested party may request removal of an item for the consent agenda for later discussion. So any member of the public would like to remove an item on the consent agenda? 7? No? Please.
Item number 1.
There is no item number 1 on the consent
I've already
agenda.
removed it.
Oh, first one.
Minutes?
10 minutes?
That would be the minutes.
Number 4, please.
4.
4, 5, and 7?
All right.
Make a motion to approve the balance of the consent agenda.
Second. All right, so we have a motion to approve item number 6 and 8 on the consent agenda,
Don't forget number 3.
and number 3, and number 1. So, do I have a vote on that, please?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so it's 5-0 in favor.
I'm sorry, could I just confirm that Supervisor Ponte made the motion and Supervisor Wright
Yeah.
made the second?
That's right. Thank you for confirming that. Surprised I didn't get kicked over here, actually. All right. Yeah. So item number 4, Public Works, authorized payment of $6,000 to Traffic Limited Incorporated for work performance on Little John Road. Peter?
Okay, I want to compliment him for the fast-moving efficiency of Public Works, but I also like to point out something along that line as far as fast and efficiency. I believe the discussion in a prior issue was on a special meeting, and if you read your little guideline, there's something called emergency meeting also. An emergency meeting, according to your guidelines, states, Chair or by majority of the board, the case of emergency situation involves matter which prompt action necessary due to disruption or threatened disruption of public facilities. So you did have an option to get things rolling, but I want to compliment you that you are coordinating with Ptolemy County, and it's nice. And yeah, I hate to see anybody get sidetracked for not important things, but this could be considered emergency because it does disrupt a public facility. So when you have a chance, read the rules that made up for you. Thank you.
Peter, we did, but part of the discussion was getting more public input.
I agree with you.
So, okay.
But your conclusion made, I got no problem.
All righty.
What you could do, what you cannot do, is right there. We did.
We
Also,
did.
the public could read it.
So did you want to comment on number 4?
Yes, I want to compliment them for the fast and efficient way they pay their bill.
All right, thank you.
I'll make a motion to approve number 4.
I'll second.
Any other public comments on number 4? All right, so we have a first by Chris, right? And we have a second by Deborah Conti. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It's 5-0. Okay, Joe, number 5, please. Public Works, approve an increase in a blanket purchase order with Calaveras Auto Supply of $45,000 for a total amount not to exceed $90,000 for fiscal year 2014 and 15.
Why is this being done and there's no discussion of the other auto parts dealers in this county as to what their involvement is within this county's and Public Works or whoever's using their parts and their transportation of parts? This seems to me it's kind of narrowing down and putting a selective administration or selective primary selection of someone rather than having it be out there for bid. Thank you.
Good morning, Mark Davis, Public Works. This is not the only part supplier that we have. We have multiple parts houses. From year to year, things change. We have demands on our equipment, which we never have a handle on, I should say. So from any one year to the next, it may be more for one part supplier versus the other. At this time, it's Calaveras Auto, and that's, I hate to say this, but that's just the way the situation is. We go through the process for selecting these outfits under normal purchasing provisions, and this is just taking care of the books for this balance of this year, and then next year will be another year. So I look at this as an administrative function of the department. We need some additional funding to maintain our equipment. Calaveras Auto Supply is supplying the majority of those, or at this point, those parts at the level of $45,000 more. And that's basically the way our trend is moving this year. We've already expanded the amount for this year already. We'd like to extend that till the end of the year.
And if I could make one additional comment, any expenditure to a vendor in a fiscal year that exceeds $50,000 requires approval of the Board of Supervisors. So even though Calaveras Supply may be the main supplier and it goes over the $50,000, that is why the blanket PO needs to be approved by the board. As he said, that there may be multiple other suppliers, but they are still under the $50,000 limit. That just requires approval of the CAO's office.
Sounds like the total budget for this item is, or for the equipment center is noted as $350,000. So $90,000 is part of that budget?
That's correct.
Yes.
Parts.
And the budget doesn't actually go into the detail of each individual supplier. It's a gross budget, and this is part of that.
Okay. Thank you.
I have a comment. We missed it by 100% for one vendor.
Well,
did something happen extraordinary that caused a part?
We have changed our accounting practices over the last couple of years, so we aren't quite up to speed with the trends. So that's why this is an adjustment.
And can you tell me what this vendor uniquely supplies
Auto
over
parts?
the other auto parts vendors?
Well, they're an auto parts store. We have other auto parts suppliers in the area. I'm not familiar with the details exactly. I could get back.
How is their budget status? The other auto parts stores.
I couldn't tell you that.
Do you know anybody that can?
Yes, I do. It would be the administrative officer,
and that is
Kelly.
Is he available?
Kelly is indisposed at this time. Her husband's in the middle of a not emergency situation. He has a medical situation.
Okay.
And they're isolated in, I think it's Stanford right now. So she cannot come out.
I understand that situation, but I have a problem with doubling a budgeted item 100% without forecasting, and I'm sure there's other reasons for it. But that is a question I have.
Well, as mentioned, that budget line item covers all kinds of auto parts, equipment, and there's a multitude of vendors that are paid under that line item. This particular vendor, they've probably been using more than some of the other vendors, and it will exceed that $50,000 limit that this administrative office as purchasing agent has authority, spending authority to, and that's why they have to come back to the board. Will they spend another $45,000? Possibly, possibly not. That's their estimate, and the blanket PO gives them that ability instead of coming back to the board each time and doing increments of 10, 20, or 30,000. They're probably doing this because this is what they feel it may cost for the remainder of the year, so that they don't have to return to the board.
Thank you, Senator Ryman. One of my concerns is, are we watching the whole picture except this one vendor? Or there are other vendors? Are we going to be facing the same situation 2 to 3 meetings from now?
And sometimes it's really hard to predict who will exceed that $50,000 limit. If you, during the course of the year, as time goes by, or even at the beginning of the year when they know they're larger vendors, they will come to the board to do a blanket PO if they know that vendor is going to exceed that $50,000 limit. Oftentimes it will be the auditor's office that will give them a warning that they're approaching that $50,000 limit, and they will then put together what they estimate for the remainder of the year and then bring it to the board for that blanket PO. But it's really hard to sometimes tell whether you're going to be focused on using one vendor more than another when you have a $380,000 line item or $350,000 line item, and when during the year, or if during the year, you're going to exceed that $50,000.
Thank you.
And my office does watch every department like a hawk. So we do know if a vendor is getting close to that $50,000 mark. Generally, we tell departments as a caution and recommended budget, go ahead and bring forth those blanket purchase orders as part of the budget process instead of waiting until, I don't know, now to then have to, we basically have to withhold paying vendors because I have no authority to pay that vendor. Only the Board of Supervisors can approve purchases beyond that $50,000 mark. So we try to work with departments to ensure that they do that as part of the budget process. Admittedly, the county has not historically been in compliance with our own purchasing policy, and that has been the course of history for many, many years. But what we have found is the public is more and more and more watching what the local government is doing. And so they are starting to kind of balk at our handling of our business. So we felt it was important that we actually follow our own policy. So that's what we're doing. And so that's what this is. It wouldn't surprise me at all if, a month from now, another one comes forward for, the auto parts store up in Angels Camp. It's going to happen based on what the supply and demand is for a respective vendor. So we'll see that continue to happen throughout the year.
Now, we're looking at new procedures now to...
They're not new procedures. They're existing procedures that have been in place that have not been followed.
Okay. Thank you, Mr.
Mm-hmm.
The question is then, Mr. Oliveira, thank you. How much is left in the other accounts for the other auto parts stores? And if it gets tight for this store, for these folks to use it, then why can't they shift to another store and use some of the monies and parts out of that store? I would venture a guess that all the parts that are made in any of the stores in here are by a large corporation in America or outsourced outside of America, but of similar ability for use, meeting standards. So I can't understand why we're jumping this and going up on that when we don't know what our other parts stores, what their limitations are right now. And if they're going through a process, I would think that it would be a nice process to go through is you use one store one time, one store the next time, one store the next time. Try to bring them all in. If you're going to be putting that bid process out there and have that where they're all involved in it, then I think it should be used. And they should all be able to bear some of the fruits of their labor that we, the people, are providing to this county through our tax money to keep the operations going and the vehicles running. So there's my concern. I don't want to see it just be given, and as the auditor controller said, is there's something else coming forward. Well, if it's another auto parts store that's getting close to its limit, fine. But if there's other auto parts stores out there that are not coming close to their limits, start using them. Stay within the budgeted amount, however it needs to be done. Thank you.
And again, if I can just clarify, when we budget in a line item for the $300,000+, it's not for $50,000 for this vendor, $50,000 for this vendor, $50,000 for this vendor. It is an overall cost for the department for maintaining the equipment and getting those parts. The Public Works or any other department works with a vendor to get the best pricing, and that is where they're going to go. And if in this current year it happens to be this particular vendor, they're going to give more of their business to save taxpayer dollars by getting a lower price for those parts. But if they exceed what their spending authority is, or the county administrative officers as the purchasing agent spending authority is, they have to come to the board to get approval to increase that ability to pay that vendor.
Then I would suggest that the next time, or if possible at this time, then we get we the people get notified and noticed, and you get noticed as to how the vendors are being used. Because, or you're saying now that whoever gives the best price, and what's happening then is the best price is coming about because of the economy and the competition. Because I know personally that if these folks were needing gaskets, head gaskets, gasket sets, that type of thing, I don't believe there's anybody cheaper, I don't care who it is, than O'Reilly's for that type of product. Having been in the business, I've followed it for quite a while, and I'm still paying attention to it. So I'm thinking maybe we should, unless this sets out that at one time, then it's only this store that gets the priority of sales in this county, or that's who they call, and because of their location comparable to the location of Public Works, then we need to understand it. But O'Reilly's offers delivery service. I'm not sure if this organization does or not, or if these guys have to take their time and go up and get it. There's another factor that needs to be looked at in this as an overall position as to what makes best sense for the dollars we're spending for the services we receive. So I'm still a little fuzzy on this, and I appreciate your explaining of it, but I'm still, there are multiple auto parts stores involved that are under this budget item that these folks can go to, fine. Then that answers my question, or answers that question to the question, but doesn't answer the questions of my previous, is if we have a bunch of them, when we get to a high point on one, why can't we shift to another one? Thank you.
I wouldn't have thought anything about this topic except there's been discussion. So what we're saying is the total limit is not being raised to $350,000. It's not being raised. It's just the limit on this one particular business where a lot of business happened to have gone. So the overall budget is almost like shifting from the other businesses that aren't being used with their allocation type.
The budget line item has not changed. It just gives them the ability to purchase additional parts from Calaveras Auto Supply.
Thank you.
All right. So can I bring it back to the board? Or is there any other public comments on this? None?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
So we have a motion by Supervisor Wright, a second by Supervisor Ponte, through Public Works to approve an increase to the blanket purchase order with Calaveras Auto Supply by $45,000 for a total amount not to exceed $90,000 for the fiscal year 2014 and 15. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 5-0. And now we go to item number 7 with Al. Al, pull this one.
Yeah, I did. Thank you. Al Segala, Taxpayer Association. We recommend that you study this item a little bit more and not approve it at this meeting. The economic, everybody's in favor of economic development. And at one time I was chair of the Tuolumne County Chamber's Economic Development Committee. And I was the founding chair. We founded it. And the purposes of what's happening now with economic development are different from what I experienced then. Our purpose was clear, and we were trying to achieve that through a program of gathering information of available properties and opportunities and making this available to people outside the county who would come to the county to create their business or whatever. We worked in collaboration with the Association of Realtors in Tuolumne County, and they put together a commercial committee to organize and put together the different developed properties in their various stages that could be presented. I don't think that this entity seems to be more about extending federal monies to selected projects, and I question that the amount of oversight that's being done on this. And I think that one of the things that you should study before proceeding with this economic development JPA further would be its history and its what it's actually been doing. It's supposed to be preparing reports to go to the federal government. You should, I think, look at those reports and get a clear picture of what's happening. We experienced a tragedy in a GPA with federal connections before. This was the Central Sierra Planning Council when they discovered something like $100,000, I forget the amount exactly, of unfunded liabilities that became a surprise, and then the different members of the JPA or the different counties would their attorneys were trying to figure out some way to get out of maybe filing bankruptcy or something else to avoid payment of these obligations. Anyway, to avoid that kind of thing happening again, I think this JPA should be looked at a little bit more thoroughly and a little bit more sunshine. Thank you. 30 seconds.
Peter Ray, Jenny Lynn. I get suspicious whenever something's in front of you folks and there's no numbers involved. I'm sure you folks know whoever's representing this board on this organization, he must really know a lot about it. I prefer to spend my dime or nickel or penny, whatever the least amount I can get away with, not on wishful thinking, but actually production. Does anybody maybe can give me an answer? What this joint powers organization costing the taxpayers? What have they produced? I don't care. Ideological problems or issues.
I can, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. I'll listen to you after my
This is
time.
actually one of the committees I'm assigned to.
Good, sir. So I would like to see, what does this thing cost you? Cost me?
I don't have that number. Hopefully I'll refer to our CAO, Ryan. But what they're doing, my first sitting on this meeting was last month.
Mm-hmm.
They have applied for, and it looks like they're going to get the $60,000 grant for educational job search and helping our individual businesses support their way of doing business, of which that $19,000 is earmarked for Calaveras County.
This is not coming out of my 5 minutes, right? Thank you, man. Go ahead. Go ahead. Keep talking. I love to listen to you, sir.
Okay. Yeah, being able to sit in that meeting and see what they're doing, It's actually several counties. There's Tuolumne County involved in it. There's Mariposa County.
You want to give your list?
Calaveras County. No, from Alpine County. I believe Amador County's there. Also the city of Sonora and the city of Angels. For that first meeting, I was very impressed. I see they're very structured. They seem to be very efficient in the way they run their meetings. And I'm looking forward to serving on that committee. I think that's
So you got 30 seconds or just...
That's a boon for Calaveras County.
Okay, sir. Well, that's wonderful. May I?
Go right ahead.
Okay, thank you, sir. Now, what I like to see, as I mentioned at the beginning, wishful thinking and having fantasies, that's one thing. I want to see the results, okay? I want to see how much it costs to administer, what it's cost, and who and how they get the money. I like to see the source of the grant they apply for. I want to know who's going to pay that grant and how much, how it's going to be distributed. And we have not got anything on it. Now, I got no doubts all those good folks means well. Just like if you have a business, you hire a salesman or a waitress or something, they can have the best motive and intention in the world. If you don't put out, get out. Basically, if you don't show me that what investment going to produce, what's the sense? Because that's in this little thing over here, they said, well, people are going to drop in, drop out, and so on. Okay? How much who is the person who's in charge of it? How much does that person makes? How much all the staff? Who are the staff? How much do they make? Who they answer to? Because if you want to get some reality, there's some little watershed problems in the neighborhood.
30 seconds.
And they control if you're going to get grants or not, the conditions to the grants. I mean, they mean well, I'm sure. But it also means well for their own pocket, at my expense. I got no doubt it would be nice to have the $6 million or $6 billion, whatever they promised you. Is it going to come out of Obamacare? Is it going to come out of Obama staff money? Who's paying for that grant, sir? And to what end and what we're getting? For each dollar we make, how does this community, or Alpine, or whoever else you want to join, okay? How are they going to benefit? Intentions are great, but I don't believe rewarding any business or any organization for their intention. I'm going to reward them for their production. You folks, I got no problem you getting your pay raise and all those nice amenities. But if you don't produce, I'll do my best to get you opportunity to get another job. Produce, give me the numbers, then fine. Because right now here, they mean well. But if they don't produce, screw them, get them out of there. I don't want to pay for it. Thank you.
Next meeting, I'll invite you personally, Peter. Maybe you can...
You're not going to take me in the woods and I might never come back, sir.
Joe Kelly, I had to check with Al to make sure it was the right organization I was thinking of. Years ago, this goes back to Ms. Calloway's time sitting there, that organization, is primarily, I believe, of Amador, Calaveras, and Tuolumne, or at least that was those that had websites on their site. And the oddity is, I asked this years ago, is why didn't Calaveras County have anything on its website out of that agency? It was a blank. All the others had all the issues they were thinking of and discussing, but there wasn't anything on Calaveras's. So has that changed? Does Calaveras now have on their website information of what they're doing? I used to go to those meetings. Al and I both went to them. I still am on their mailing list. I haven't gone back to that. Now I'll have to go back and look to answer my own question to see if the internet system has been picked up by Calaveras County on their system, meaning them exposing this, exposing the issues that is being discussed there for this county and other issues that are there. Thank you.
Any other public comments?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I do want to make a comment. You know, I know that this particular organization in years past had its fair share of problems, and it's been somewhat dormant for a couple years. Just recently, Larry Cope with Economic Development in Tuolumne County has taken on this particular agency. So what we have before us today is this was a resolution that was passed some time ago for us to participate. And the resolution today is kind of refining who can participate and if a member agency wants to come and go out of it. So currently, the County of Calaveras and the City of Angels here in Calaveras County are part of the member agencies. Amador County is not, but there are cities within Amador County that wish to participate, and this particular JPA and the revision of that will allow for that. Tuolumne is involved, City of Sonora is involved as well, Mariposa County and Alpine County. So I'm not sure what their website describes today, but this particular funding mechanism comes from 1965 when Congress enacted the Economic Recovery Act, I believe is the name of it, or Economic Act of 1965, and it's funded through Congress. And they're all federal monies that then filter down to regions that have this particular JPA in place. One of the nice things that's happening now for Calaveras County is that this particular agency, working with Larry Cope and others, are helping to pull together and support our local economic development company that was brought to life again about a year and a half ago. And there's 3 gentlemen now currently who serve on the board and are moving forward with a kind of a Calaveras County EDC. And I know these folks are helping in that endeavor and providing funding for the startup as well as advice and guidance, so Calaveras County can have a focal point of an EDC, much like Tuolumne County has with Larry Cope. So I, too, have been talking with Larry and attending and meeting with him in regards to EDC for Calaveras County. And so I was very impressed with some monies that we have gotten from this particular act to support our local EDC efforts going forward. Not much, but more to come.
And actually, our EDC personally hasn't received any grant funding, but through what they have received is a lot of support from Larry Cope and Economic Development Council here through this Joint Powers Agreement. And so now, like Debbie was mentioning, a year and a half ago, our EDC has begun to pick themselves up again and start moving forward in a positive direction. They have a website. They have an active website with a lot of information on it. They're partnering up with this overall umbrella, as you might say. And, we're actually pretty thankful for having the resources like Larry Cope, because that guy's, he's a mover and a shaker. And he has no problems at all coming over here and working with us, and has been for about 8 months or longer, I think, somewhere around there. As soon as we started, because our EDC actually got absorbed by the chamber a few years back. They decided there's a few folks in there decided to break away from the chamber and become the EDC again, which they have. They're active. They're going around to businesses and doing the things they need to do to support local businesses. They support broadband for the area. They also are trying to figure out ways to help our businesses succeed. And then they're doing inventory for the properties that are available for businesses that want to come in from out of the area. So they're pretty darn active, and I really like to see what's going on with them right now.
May I, sir? Thank you. Like I said, meaning is wonderful, and I appreciate it. Okay? But if that organization been active for how many years? Okay? Show me the money here, folks. I can see the business in Tuolumne. I can see the business in Amador County. I can see what may be going to Alpine. What did we got for our money, sir? Except wishful thinking? And another thing, I still haven't seen what it cost to the membership and your valuable times. Don't forget, You go up there, I mean, it's really nice to get in a group. Hey, we're going to create heaven. But folks, I want to see what it produced. Show me the numbers. When you put on any organization in front of me, and I'm just a dumb foreigner, I know nothing. When you show me an organization and there's no numbers to it, as far as I'm concerned, somebody's hiding something, or ashamed of it, or embarrassed. They're not going to just how efficient you are. Show me the money, folks. Not good intentions. Good intentions maybe get you in heaven, but it's definitely not going to get you a job or job security, as far as I'm concerned. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So if you want the numbers, then go see them, and they'll give you the numbers.
No, I thought you had it because you folks going to vote on it.
So we have
How can you vote on something with no numbers?
we're done.
Yes, we are. On this issue for a while. Thank you.
Fast comments. Amador County dropped out. It might be good to talk to those people and find out what do they know that caused them to make that decision. That could help you to be a little bit more critical on what's happening if you do that. Also, if you read it, you'll find out that the JPA has the power to require the counties to contribute when they don't get federal money. And I think that's true. I read it anyway.
It's a matching situation.
Okay, thank you.
I have a motion on the floor, Joe. Can we go ahead and wrap this?
Yeah, I'd like to.
Okay,
I'd
this
like
is
to move forward.
one last thing, because I couldn't remember the man's name till it was brought up, Larry Cope. Larry Cope has done a lot for that county, a lot for that county. That was a long time ago. What's been done since, and been done since for us to see our economic, or to come along and move our economic into a way that we see? Driving down 49 today, I'm looking at all these vacant storefronts. Where is our economic development? Where is our economic boom? Where is our economics now? Everything I read, it's in the toilet. And I believe the county's still broke, has a $6 million budget deficit or more maybe now.
Can I give you some thoughts on that? At the last budget hearings when I sat, and there was some discussion on this, I share a lot of the sentiments that you're saying. Why are we even involved in this? Mike and I basically had a wrestling match to see who would get involved in this. He's been assigned to it. He's been to one meeting. These questions are probably real valid in about 6 months, and you can find out what he's gone to, what he's bringing from it, and maybe we will find what this vote, unless I'm completely mistaken, is it's defining the method to withdraw if it doesn't work for us. But what I'm getting from Mike already is encouragement, and I'm the alternate, and should he not go, I'll be there.
And I appreciate that. And Al and I, or at least myself, I'm going back 5 years back. That's what I'm looking at, past history, and how the history for Sonora was good with Larry Cope. Larry Cope was the big word. He was the big dog. Now he's coming back or being brought forward again. And if he can make something, assist in helping this county grow financially, not this county, the people of this county grow through business, which then affords the county to be able to grow, well, wait a minute, stay in a situation, then fine. But I'm seeing too many things where we're just continually throwing money at, and we're not really understanding what's fully going on. You're going to it. You're responding more than I think than Ms. Callaway has, or at least in the very short past of Callaway's participation in that organization.
Supervisor Olvera will dig into this. He's going to see the value in it. He'll bring it forward and give us reports on it.
Yes, I realize that now, just watching the last meeting and this meeting with his stepping in and stepping up, and I appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Kearney.
Bill McManus. From the discussions I'm hearing here today, I want to compliment the Board of Supervisors for mentioning the name of Larry Cope and indicating that you're investigating the procedures that are working in other counties and hopefully trying to achieve some of the success that they've had. So the very fact that you're moving in that direction is a compliment to all of you, that we don't keep making the same mistakes over again. Some people will come up and demand, numbers and results and all that. Economic development is not a matter of just hiring somebody and then standing by and counting the money as it starts coming in. It's a long process. It's involved with the Board of Supervisors and other commissions, committees, whatever, that exist under the umbrella of county or, in the case of Angels Camp, city government. So once you begin the process, you will start seeing measurable results as far as the process is concerned, where the different elements that have to be there to actually start turning that success into real dollars, you can start checking them off. Say, we've got this done, we've got that done. And then the project gets a little bit easier to administer as you get all the pieces put in place. And that's a skill that Larry Cope has, and I'm sure he'll share it with everybody. But I do want to compliment you for taking the first step. And it's been a long time since we've heard the name Larry Cope as a friend and ally in this boardroom, and I just compliment you on doing that. Thank you.
Thanks. So, sorry if I feel was a little bit frustrated, but I get tired of going backwards. I like moving forward. And all we hear, a lot of it here, we hear about what happened when and what happened then. I want to see what's next and what's going to happen now if we're working hard to move in that direction. We got people in place to do that, and I think it's important to note that we will have better results by reporting out the facts and not we're done, we're finished. And so we have a motion on the floor by Supervisor Wright and a second by Supervisor Ponte. Or Supervisor Oliveira. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It's 5-0. I'd like to move on to our regular agenda. So number 9, Board of Supervisors received the 2014 annual report of the Calaveras County Fish and Game Commission.
This is a report, an annual report from the Fish and Game Commission. Supervisor Ponte has agreed to give you a really brief overview of the report of the Commission's activities in 2014.
Thank you.
And I know they're active.
So I want to pull it up on my little iPad here. But, basically I will say that this last year was all about coming together and refining our ordinance and resolution to define better the membership of the committee, the service to the committee, their mission, and those kinds of things. So that took some better half of the year to get to that point. And in the end, we were able to have resolution, and I think we have a nice outline now for our membership to follow, how long they're serving, what their mission is, and this sort of thing. So then the last half of the meeting really talked about, some of the ideas going forward and what the Fish and Game Commission can do in regards to public outreach about education, the importance of maintaining our wildlife and what we can do to educate our children about the importance of that going forward. One of the annual events that this commission has taken upon themselves and has done a wonderful job, and it's near and dear to many hearts, is a fishing derby for children, and exposing many children who never have an opportunity to put a line in the lake or the river and fish, and hopefully catch a fish. So this is something that took place this year in the Murphys area, Murphys Creek. It was a very nice venue. It was easy access for many people to gain. Fish and Game Commission members were there present to, show a child how to cast a line, how to put a worm on a hook, and I think just about every child there caught a fish, which is really kind of a neat experience to see someone catch a fish for the first time. And then, of course, I went through the process of some were catch and release, and some were shown how to clean a fish, and I think probably this year we might have a barbecue and they'll be able to cook the fish. But anyway, it was a good day and well attended, probably from about 70 children altogether. And this year the Fish and Game Commission has reserved Murphys Park I believe in May, I don't recall the date. First weekend, first Saturday in May. So they'll continue. But they want to do other things too. And now, kind of I'm leaving Fish and Game Commission, and Supervisor Wright is taking the lead there and working with the Fish and Game Commission and taking a look at this next year and establishing some additional public service projects and things like that for Calaveras County. One of the things I will tell you that I've learned on this commission was very interesting. We do have our representatives from the State Department of Fish and Game and the officers there, and they give an annual, or not an annual report, but kind of a monthly report about the activity in Calaveras County and the region and what they're doing in their line of work. And it's very interesting to hear from them and their perspective. I'm not a hunter. I've never hunted. I respect hunting. Have many members of my family that do so. But hearing from their perspective was very interesting and educational. And apparently in years past they put on different kinds of presentations. And I know the Fish and Game would like to be able to do some of that this next year. So a good group of people. We have two. Each district has 2 members that serve and represent you on this commission. One of the things that was brought forward is, I guess years past, not always there had been an annual report back to the board about the commission and the activities. So this particular commission was one of the first to kind of, again, organize their kind of rules and regulations to follow, reestablish their mission, and be able to have them come back before the board on an annual basis and talk about the work that they do. So commission meetings are typically held on the 4th Wednesday here in this boardroom, open to the public. I can tell you in the year's time I attended, there were no members of the public attending, so it would be nice to see members of the public be more involved. Once in a while we have a media representative available to us. And I will say, I guess Marty has attended in the past, so there's our member of the public. Again, the Fish and Game wardens attend on a frequent basis. So, are there any questions from the board?
No, thank you very much.
Who was the chairman of the Fish and Game?
Bill McGladrey. Bill McGladrey is the current chair. And there is no action required on this item. It's just to receive the report.
Okay, thank you.
All
right.
Any public comment?
Any public comments on Fish and Game Commission report?
I just have a question about the report. Is the Board of Supervisor representative to give the report to the other board members on these commissions? What just happened? That you had been on that commission, and now you're reporting to your other board members. So maybe all these commissions need to have their Board of Supervisor representative give that report just as Debbie just did.
I made the report today because our commissioner who was going to make the report became ill. Typically it would be a commissioner, but because of the short notice, I offered to give it.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Joe Kelly, Ms. Ponte's last statement about not seeing anybody but Marty Crane at the meeting. Some of us have other things we have to do. Some of us don't get paid to attend meetings. Some of us take our time to attend this meeting as the most important meeting because we are trying to, as Mr. Edson wants to go forward. He doesn't want to look back. Well, without looking back, you can't move forward. And I think when you read that, which I submitted to you this morning, and you read this stuff, you'll say, where'd that come from? Because that's what I got last night. So I'm a little confused with you folks of how you want to chastise the public for not attending meetings I really don't see a need for, personally, and not wanting to go back but moving forward. So we got a problem here, and we have to have an understanding of what's important to the people, and if these agencies are out there, fine, that's it. You go, you do, and we all have to have an understanding of the background. You did it. I was out for a lot of the report, but when I came in, you made expressions. I appreciate that. Thank you. So I've seen something with this new board that's happening, and I like it. I want to see it so we go forward as a board of enlightenment to us. But yet you have to accept our enlightenment to you, because you don't have the time to go back through 1,000 pages of a report that the state put out or some other agency put out that isn't necessarily on your agenda for you to have to go through. So start to continue. I get after you folks a lot, and I intend to continue that, if I see something going wrong, because I don't want you to go off track.
We would expect no less.
Thank you, sir.
And you do a very good job.
Oh, well, thank you, sir. Boy,
You're welcome, Mr.
I don't know what to do with those compliments. I have to hold myself up, keep from fainting. Thank you.
Rookies.
They'll learn.
Marty Crane, Valley Springs. I just want to suggest that anytime we put any programs in place, it is incumbent upon the public to show up when they can, and there are many opportunities, so you can select one that you have a passion for. But to think that we don't need to be there to provide the sunshine that so many talk about, I won't go into what can happen if we don't show up, but if you're not there and you don't see what happened in the past and how we've made progress or where we went fell off the cliff or something, then there's no one to run up the flag and say, we need to work on this, we need to fix it, and you don't know who the players are. So please, if you have a passion on a specific commission or board or something, show up. It's very interesting. Thank you.
Okay, any other public comments? All right, so we'll move on to any more comments from the board side. No? Okay, let's move to agenda item number 10. Administrative office, appointment of applicants to serve on various committees, commissions, advisory boards, and county service areas.
Thank you, Chair Edson. We have, we seem to be having at almost every meeting, we have applications for citizen appointments to various boards, committees, and commissions. The applications that have been submitted, I'll just read through what they are and who they are, and then if there's any discussion, we can go from there. Does that sound all right?
Sure.
Okay. The first one is for the Agricultural Advisory Committee, District 4, one vacancy for term expiring in December of 2018. There's one vacancy and two applications. An application was received from Herbert McDonald, and an application was received from Mindy Rasmussen. On the Commission on Aging, there's a District 2 representative vacancy for a term expiring in December of 2017. Susan Thomasich, that's what I thought it was, has submitted an application. For the IHSS Advisory Committee, there is one vacancy for a current or former provider for a term expiring December 2015. Marty Crane has submitted an application. There is two vacancies for current or past consumers for terms expiring December 2015. An application was received from Bonnie Newman and Nadine Robertson. And there is one vacancy for a member of the general public for a term expiring December 2015, and an application was received from Steve Walensky. For the McCollum Hill Cemetery District, there are two vacancies for terms expiring December 2017, and applications were received from Lila Moran and Ninette Shearer. And lastly, there is for the Public Educational and Governmental, or PEG TV Commission, one vacancy for a District 3 representative for a term expiring December 2016, Pamela Quile, and one vacancy for a term expiring December 2015 for District 5, Ples Hill, and one representative of the Office of Education for a term expiring December 2016, and an application was received from Scott Nanick.
And if the board pleases, if I just may ask that we table The one for the General IHSS Supports Services Advisory Committee. The General Public, one vacancy for term expiring 12/15 for Steve Walensky. So we can do some further research regarding a possible conflict of interest.
Okay.
So as these items, as these applications are, there is one applicant for each vacancy, except in the for the position on the Ag Advisory Committee, District 4, there are 2 applicants for 1 vacancy.
Okay, so that means, so we're going to go ahead and table the IHSS?
Just the General Public vacancy.
Okay, just a general public vacancy, and then, so we have 2 applicants for 1 position on District 4 for the Ag, right?
Yes.
All right, so,
I'm going to nominate Mindy Rasmussen for the position.
okay.
Second that nomination.
We need public comments, yeah, we have to have public comments too.
Oh, okay.
Any public comments on these applicants and positions?
I just have a question. Scott Nanick, what is he applying for?
He's applying as the Office of Education representative on the PEG TV Commission.
Okay, thank you.
I have an easy comment. I noticed the signatures on just about everything they're signed in February. It says the interim, and I'm wondering if Shirley's retreating from being the administrative, county administrative officer, wants to be once again interim.
I'm quite happy with the CAO position now. Thank you.
Just a question about the conflict of interest. Would that have to do with being in the union?
Yes.
In our guidelines, it says that a member of any community-based organization representing employees is allowed to be a representative on the IHSS committee. So check that out, please.
I'm aware of it. Thank you.
And it's still a conflict?
It's something that our office is looking into, yes, and we have provided an opinion to the board.
Joe Kelly, the Ag Advisory is in charge of the Williamson Act, meaning they're the ones that approve Williamson Act?
They make a recommendation.
Okay, they make a recommendation, and you folks approve it. Going back just a while, when it got brought up about Williamson Act properties being in the Act, or properties being in the Williamson Act and not doing what they're supposed to do within the Act, in other words, being agriculture, and the Ag Commissioner came up and said yes when it was asked if that is true. What's being done about that? I think we need to understand it from the Ag Commission on down for their approvals to understand that you don't remember it?
No, I'm just trying to relate how this relates to your question.
Well, it relates to if we have an Ag Commission, an Ag administrative entity that makes recommendations to you, and yet now we're seeing stuff that now not we as the state are subsidizing wholly, but we as a county are subsidizing those, and there are some out there that are not performing to their Williamson Act contract.
But we're discussing our committee members.
Yes, but it's the overall thing is it's problematic.
We're talking about committee appointments.
Well, that's fine. Then let's be sure that anyone that's appointed to it understands the issues that are out there.
Once they get on the committee, I'm sure they will.
Well, if they understood it, why wasn't it brought forward years ago rather than just me? This isn't something that just came up. No, what I'm saying is there's problems, and we have to cure the problems at the base issue, at the base of it, to be able to move forward.
What we're trying to do is move forward with the committee appointments. That's what we're trying to do.
Yes. And,
Thank you.
And
for
if you
letting us
don't
do
want
that.
to go back and you only want to go forward, well, there's maybe a lot of people coming in asking, or people that come in for these
Thank you for
organizations.
letting us do that. Thank you for letting us move
Well,
forward.
and so now you're going to cut off my public comment.
I'm asking you to follow our agenda item.
Well, then I'm asking, under this issue, then I'm asking that maybe you need to do modifications to your programs that bring different statutes or different regulations in play to them for their being able to apply, that they have an understanding of what they're doing before they go there.
Well, that might be a good idea.
There, you got it. Thank you.
Mr. Kelly, I think that would be included in what the board directed myself to do last year in the review of each of the committees. So I think that would be something that would fall into that review.
Reviews always take time, and time is of the essence. We're spending money. Thank you.
All right, so Supervisor Ponte, you appointed Ms.
Mindy.
Rasmus?
Nominate Mindy,
Mindy? Okay.
representing District 4 to the Ag.
All right, and then we are also holding back on one IHSS.
General public.
That is the request from staff
Yeah.
to table that one application. The board does have the ability to move forward with it.
Well, I mean, if
majority of
it's
the
something you
board.
guys aren't clear on, then we should give you an opportunity to follow it through, and we can bring it to the next meeting. All right, so can I have
I make a motion to approve.
motion?
Question.
Go ahead.
Are we voting on all appointee positions?
Yes.
Unless there's maybe
As
another
amended, I mean, I
do have one question before the motion.
Okay.
For the PEG position, are there 3 openings for 3 candidates?
There is an opening in District 3 with 1 applicant. There is an opening in District 5, 1 applicant, and there is a representative of the Office of Education, 1 applicant. He, however, does live in District 3, but he is not applying for that District 3 representative position.
And that's Mr.
Nanick.
Nanick.
Office of Education rep.
He is applying as
So basically, there's 1 candidate for each position.
there is 1 for each,
Thank you.
except for the Ag Advisory.
Thank you. Supervisor Ponte, interruption.
Mindy Rasmussen.
So my motion is to approve the slate with Mindy Rasmussen as District 4 for Ag Commission and to postpone the appointment of the general public vacancy for IHSS.
I would say.
Second? Okay, so we have a nomination, but we have a first by Supervisor Ponte and a second by Supervisor Oliveira. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? I'll move on to item 11. Administrative Office adopt a resolution supporting CalNet broadband project in Calaveras County. So,
And this was continued from the last board meeting. The Central Sierra Connect project application for grant funding for California Emergency. Well, actually, it goes back to 2008 when the Board of Supervisors approved a resolution supporting the Amateur Action Agency's Central Sierra project application through funding through California Emergency Technology. Since then, a number of things have gone forward, and it's to bring broadband or to provide higher speed internet service to areas that are currently underserved or not served. In February 2012, the California Advanced Services Fund approved Central Sierra Connect Broadband Consortium for a 3-year grant program. And under that, private companies could apply for grant funding to try to bring in broadband infrastructure to parts of Calaveras that are currently underserved or not served. At the last board meeting, Daryl Slocum and a gentleman from CalNet was here, to answer the board's questions, and it was quite a lively discussion. They provided a lot of technical information that I'm sorry I cannot repeat because it's beyond my field of expertise. However, this grant that CalNet is applying for to provide those services is open to any provider within any of the region, which includes parts of Alpine, Tuolumne, Calaveras, and Mariposa and Amador counties. CalNet evidently went through the process of putting together their application, and we're looking for support from the board as for that application as it moves forward for funding. There was concerns expressed about what that might do to local companies, and the board asked that it be brought back today to give those providers a chance to speak regarding this item.
Yes. So, are there members of the public that wish to speak on this?
Yes, folks. My name is Peter Reyes Genlin. And I noticed on this thing that there's no financial impact on a county. Does that mean there's no financial impact on a board? Or is it your constituents? It's nice that nobody showed that there was a demand for this particular service. And you know your districts better than I do. Sources of the fund. How much is going to cost? If all those good private companies want to go up in the hills to give broadband, and unless it comes from someone's private money out of their pocket, bless their heart, let them do it. Because unfortunately, I got to travel through the whole county quite a bit. I got a little box, hotspot, and now AT&T has something that boosts cell signals. Amazing. Okay? All of a sudden, you want to provide for additional high band to folks up there? If they want it, if they could afford it, they can have it. There's something called HughesNet. You can satellite any place they want, high-speed internet at their own expense. Now, it's very nice when you say, hey, no county impact. Folks, the suckers on this side of the aisle going to pay for your generosity. There's no big demand. Take a look at your computer in the library. Pony Express was faster. We were promised that the optical cables they were putting down here not too long ago, oh, it's going to go to the library and so on. That was a lot of bull manure. It's nice to be thoughtful and considerate and compassionate and generous, but it's not a people's money. Folks, you don't have the money to put your agenda outside so people can see there's more than to the headlines.
30 seconds.
You know, staff told you it costs money. How much did your little tablets cost over there, folks? And you can't come up with the money to put a little booklet over there for all these little items? And I'm glad it's smaller. And as far as the statement goes, well, if you don't want to look past, it's a lot cheaper to learn from the past than you experience it yourself. No. There's no free lunch. It's your taxpayers going to pay for this BS. Okay? Subsidizing another private company who doesn't think it's worthwhile to do. So you want to make everybody here pay for that high-speed internet, broadband. Think about it for a second. Is the word crony capitalism might be? How many of those folks have up their computer that can take advantage of the high-speed internet? Do you really want them to listen to C-SPAN 1 and C-SPAN 2? a lot of people would be out of business real quick around here in this state, in this county. So please, don't be generous with your constituents' money, because that's what it boils down to. It's nice to care, it's nice to be charitable, but old saying, money talks, BS walks. You can only charitable with other people's money for so long. This is no bunch of people coming up into this room because they insist and they have a right for high-speed internet. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, my name is David Harris with Conifer Communications. We're based out of Tuolumne County. My biggest issue with this is the incomplete or outdated data. I'm looking at the map that was in your packet, page 73. With regard to Tuolumne County, they show underserved in Lake Don Pedro. We serve that area with 4 towers, have done so for like 3-4 years. We cover 97, 98% of the area. There might be a home or two here and there in a deep hole. They show lack of coverage in Big Oak Flat, Groveland, Pine Mountain Lake. We serve that area with multiple towers. I met with Supervisor John Gray yesterday. Our people are going out to show him the depth and breadth of our service in that area. We're about ready to turn on signal up in Cold Springs and Pinecrest, which they show as an area underserved. I can only assume the same thing is happening here from local providers. I'm assuming, based on comments 2 weeks ago, that you're getting comments from local ISPs. What I heard from the folks last time is others had a chance to apply for these funds. That's fine. That's fine. We chose not to. We chose to get on with it instead of spending hours and money to apply for the grant. We did that under ARA in 2009, 2010 to put together a program to put almost 700 miles of fiber in Tuolumne County. And we're going to run a test project that is what Google did 2 years later in Kansas City, bringing 1 gig to every home that we went in front of. We didn't get the grant. Most areas that were represented by Republicans did not get grants from the Obama administration. So I would ask you to ask Mr. Slocum, ATCA, and Cal.net to bring forth current data, not insufficient data, not out-of-date data. When they're, by their own words, they're saying it's a year and a half old. A year and a half in our world is almost a generation of equipment.
30 seconds.
That's all I got. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I like the internet. Al Segala, Taxpayer Association. This ties into net neutrality indirectly. Senator Ted Cruz said, net neutrality is Obamacare for the internet. The internet should not operate at the speed of government. So when we talk about government grants for the internet, one of the things we should be concerned about is strings that may come with those grants in regards to control of the information that would be on the internet. It's a very serious question because one of the freest forms of expression we have now is the internet. It's not controlled by the government. And it's a beautiful thing. And it preserves our freedom. So we want to pay attention to the strings that could be attached to grants for expanding the internet. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Any other comments from the public? Board?
Joe Kelly, reading this thing, it's strange how every time somebody wants to do something to move forward, they have to come forward and get your blessings for grants. If the grants are out there, the local agencies shouldn't be supportive of anything. They should be neutral and just let the economic conditions take place. This gentleman that was just up, Mr. Harris, Said they went on it on their own. They couldn't get a grant, but they've gone on. They're expanding their stuff. This other outfit, they came in and gave their presentation, said what they had, blah, 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 blah. Well, let them go on their own, continue to go on their own. I don't think, and it's from what Mr. Harris said, gee, if this is whatever side of the table it sits on politically, it may or may not get it anyway. So I think let them go on their own. Hell, just think back. Yeah, let's go back to when things started in Calaveras County. Did government support them then? Hell no. The people did it on their own. The government was probably against a lot of what they did. Thank you.
I believe the purpose of getting support from this board right here would be to show cooperation among all the agencies involved, not necessarily to tap into finances at this time or set it up for finances. I think they're just looking for cooperation. Having written grants in the past, knowing you need letters of cooperation and memorandums of agreement between all the agencies in the counties in order to prove to the funding sources that you have the support of your community. I believe that's all they're asking.
Any other public comments? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for comments. You want to start? Supervisor Bonnie?
I just, as I understand this, is that, they're going forward with the grant, whether they have a board resolution from this board or any other board. So that's my understanding. And I want to clarify, we are a member of oh gosh, forget the acronym that's here, but we are a member of this organization. Is that correct?
Central Sierra Connect, yes.
Okay, all right. That's all I have.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I have a question. I did a little research on the individual company. Was able to pull up some information through a non-viable source of Yelp. I noticed there was quite a number of comments on dissatisfaction by customers. That was over a period of 3 to 4 years ago. They may have changed their operations. Ergo, that's why I asked the question out of your track record last meeting. And that is unverified information this time, other than Yelp.
Supervisor Kearney?
I walked out of here with a lot of mixed feelings. Of course, I'd love to see, our technology expanded to every area of the county, but there were a couple things. Number one, we have seen small entrepreneurial companies, like was described to us, that started during some of the worst economic times we've ever had. In 2007, they called it the Great Recession, but if you look at economic analysis of this county, it didn't upturn at all until 2012, so we were literally in a depression locally. But these companies came and they invested money and they were willing to put their foot forward, and they didn't have grants to do it. And hopefully they prospered, and I hope they continue to do that. So I'm a little concerned about endorsing something that puts another company at an advantage over them. That bothers me. And then there was a question that was asked by Supervisor Wright, where is the grant application on this information? And that's not included in here at all, so we can't see the grant. And there was no offer to provide it either. And in fact, it seemed like we were being told that part of the grant application we would never be able to see. And so I go back and I want to thank Diane Severud for delivering my mail today, because I usually, when she's not here, I pick it up on the way out. And I'm sitting in my car after the meeting and I turn it on, and here's a suggestion from an external auditor, or not a suggestion, a report, and I'm reading through this, and it reminds me that as a county, we have not handled our own grants well, and that we are in the process of correcting that. So when I think of this, I'm not at all against this company coming into our county, and I sure hope that they do. I hope that they come, they make a lot of money, that they hire people right and left, and if we're doing something about putting a code or a regulation up against them, I hope they let me know about it, because I'll do everything I can to change that. But I don't believe that we should say yes or no to their grant at all. To me, I'm not against it, but I'm not going to recommend for it with the weight of the board. So I can't vote for this.
Okay. All right. My concern was that this company would actually come in and compete against the independent companies that are currently trying to operate locally. I know that they're working really hard to expand their options. I was hoping that there would have been some discussion going on between CalNet and these local providers, or the WISPs here, so that they could work out some kind of a deal to where they can share in the benefits of the infrastructure that could be created from, this funding, which means that everybody could win from it. But I can see that that's not happening. They're not here. So, and there's no local WISPs here, and neither is representatives of the company that wants to get this grant. So I'm not going to support it either. So I'd like to, any other comments from the board?
You have a motion supporting it on the floor.
I'll withdraw the motion.
Okay.
I move that we do not support the resolution supporting the grant application.
All right.
I'll second.
Second. So we have a motion to not support the grant application by Supervisor Kearney and a second by Supervisor Calaveras.
I'd like to make a comment. I'm going to abstain for this vote. I wish to remain neutral.
Okay.
The abstain vote has to be then talked about how it's being
Excuse
looked at. Yes.
Excuse me, Mr. Kelly. There's no public comments right now.
It is a public comment. A point of order,
Excuse me.
sir. A point of order.
We'll take care of it. So,
County Council is going to take a look at that.
yeah.
Well, I'll just interject in with this little discussion. From my standpoint, I wasn't really happy with the presentation exactly, and I wasn't really happy with some of the maps. But they are, if they do get funded, they're going to be providing a very important service here, and that's my most important thing. A lot of my district does not have that service, and so I can't vote against something that's going to provide that service regardless of what the other smaller competitors feel, because I think it reflects poorly on on the rest of my constituents that want that service. So as much as I don't really didn't feel nice and warm and fuzzy about it, I think in the long run we really should be supporting that activity. Unfortunately, they're not here, so it kind of makes it hard for me to argue in their favor. And they didn't provide a copy of the grant, so that definitely makes me think, well, maybe these guys aren't really the right company. So I'm kind of where Debbie is. It's like I hate to abstain on anything. I don't think
I just feel if we take a position one way or the other, then we're supporting it one way or the other.
Do we have to?
And I was hearing from the board that we weren't going to.
We don't have to take a position, do it. Can we not take a position?
It can die for a motion.
Correct. If there is no motion, it can die for
yeah.
lack of a motion,
Yeah.
lack of
I believe there's
any action at all.
there's been a motion, but
You have to withdraw the second and then withdraw the motion.
if we do that.
You can do that.
I would be willing to withdraw the second at this time.
What are we withdrawing for? To not take a position at all?
Just to not take a position.
I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay. So then I'll ask again. Do I have a motion? All right. so it dies for lack of motion. Number 12, Administrative Office received the 2014-15 mid-year report and provide direction for.
Yeah.
You want a break?
It's 20 minutes till lunchtime. This is
And
going
you guys are going to take a while?
Yeah. I don't think we can do it in 20 minutes.
I was hoping that you could. All right, so we'll take a break for lunch. How long you guys want?
2 hours?
Really? Then you want to come back after that? He wants to back first. All right, so we'll be back at
Yeah.
1 o'clock. 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock?
Yeah. So we're going to reconvene this afternoon's meeting for the Board of Supervisors, and we're just going to move right straight into item number 11, and so that we, or I mean number 12, so that we can have our finance people tell us what great shape we're in.
Chair Edson, may I intervene here for just a moment? On item 10 earlier today, the appointment to various committees, there was one item on there that I had asked to be postponed until we had some legal counsel clarification. It's been brought to my attention that that item is no longer an issue. And per board rule number 31, the possibility of a motion to reconsider that item would be possible if the same members of the public were present during that discussion, if they were present here today. At this point, and at this time, they are not. And I don't think they'll be coming back. So I would ask that we ask for this item number 10 with the IHSS appointment for the general membership be brought forward to our special meeting next Tuesday for consideration at this board.
Okay. Sounds good.
Thank you.
All right. Number 12. Shirley.
Good afternoon. With the board's indulgence, I would prefer to sit down here during the presentation. Kind of used to giving the presentation from here. And quite frankly, I can see the PowerPoint a little bit better and see you all if you have any questions. This afternoon, we're doing the Calaveras County fiscal year 14-15 mid-year report. And so for the agenda for discussion is for the mid-year report, we'll talk about the budget status as of December 31st, which is about halfway through the year, 50%. Should revenues and expenditures should have occurred in the best possible world, but we know that's not always the case. We'll take a look at the impacts of the current year budget going forward to fiscal year 15-16. We'll discuss the recommended mid-year budget adjustments. We'll talk about the 15-16 budget planning, the process and direction, budget principles that the board has, the budget gap and the process that we've made to close that gap, and the recommended actions at the end of the meeting. So first, let's talk about mid-year budget. So the 14-15 budget was adopted on September 9th with total appropriations for all funds of just over $121 million, and with all fund revenues of just over $1.2 million, and the gap being made up with fund to equity. For the general fund departments, again, appropriations were $38,742,000, revenues $35,772,000, and in order to close that gap, we budgeted heater funds of $1.8 million, a prior year fund balance, and that was what the fund balance was on June 30th, 2014, of $2.9 million. And if you remember, the prior year, 13-14, we had a budget of $3.8 million in heater funds to balance the budget, so we made progress. We saw the fund balance decrease from 6/30/2013 to 6/30/14 by about $500,000. But it was a combination of those two things that makes up the difference between your revenues and your appropriations. We had a $1.14 million budgeted for contingencies, which was 3.1% of general fund appropriations, and as board's principal was trying to do a 3 to 5% contingency. To date, as of 12/31, there have been no draws against that contingency. However, the mid-year adjustments that we'll be talking about later does require a draw of just over $130,000, which will bring contingencies down to about $1,017,000. And our general fund reserve is at $2.4 million, and it has remained unchanged. It's at 6.4 of general fund appropriations. So basically, here is the general fund revenue. It's done by classifications. These are the classifications that are required by the state, and they're broken down accordingly. And our main source of income really is property taxes, and they're included in taxes along with sales and use tax. So at mid-year, we've received about 39.4% overall general fund revenues. Property taxes came in as expected. 55% are apportioned in December. The next 40% is apportioned in April with a true-up at the end of the year based on actuals. Sales and use tax, we are about 5.8% or $106,000 above where we would expect to be at mid-year, which is good news. This is our local sales tax, and it's showing an upward trend. Hopefully, if this trend continues, we'll end the year with about $180,000 more than what we budgeted. PG&E franchise tax, PG&E franchise fees are received in the second half of the year, and that accounts for why it's less than 50%. TOT, property transfer taxes, are again performing better at mid-year than it was expected, as are building and septic system permits. But again, these fees are just a small portion of the revenues that come into the general fund. Intergovernmental revenues, you'll notice that it's barely 18.1% of what we would receive. One of the main reasons is that your VLFP that comes into the county comes in January and May. So none of that money, which is around $4 million, has not been received yet, but will be received in January and May. It's a given. Also, under the federal intergovernment revenue, a lot of that money is PILT, property in lieu tax, and that comes in usually in the spring sometime. So those numbers are expected to be low, and they are. Other financing sources are about 38%. These are made up of majority things, but they're also made up of chargebacks between departments, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in the next couple of slides. Operating trends in, it's transfers in from designated funds. The $1.8 million for Teeter is included in that, and no transfers have been done from Teeter at this point. We'll wait until year end to determine actually how much of that $1.8 million we need to transfer. So in looking at it compared to the prior year, property taxes, we know the property tax roll is closed at 6% above what they did last year, so it makes sense that our property tax revenues at mid-year are above what they were last year. And additionally, our sales tax, as I mentioned, is performing better. Everything else is about where we would expect it to be, or compared to last year. If you look, the changes aren't that drastically, except when you get to that other financing sources that I mentioned. And in prior years, and you'll see this on the expenditure slide as well as here, when counties charge each other for different things, they're called chargebacks. The Sheriff's Department has a deputy that is funded with AB 109. So they charge the AB 109 budget, and that money is put into the Sheriff's budget to cover the cost of that deputy. That is a chargeback. In prior years, we would show that as a negative expense. It was called a reimbursed expense. The auditor has determined that a more accurate way of reporting and a better methodology of tracking that is instead of reporting it as a negative expense, it should be reported as a transfer, a revenue source. And so last year you see a very small other financing sources, and this year you see $500,000. And that is because of those chargebacks and the change in the accounting procedure. The other significant decrease is the operating transfers in. At mid-year, we had estimated what the mid-year transfer for TITA would be and made that transfer at mid-year, and then at the year end trued that up. We've determined it just really makes more sense to wait until we get ready to close fiscal year and determine what the transfers need to be made out of TITA and make it at that time. So mid-year's expenditures by class. We've spent $3.5 million more than revenue received, and that's compared to $2.3 million more in the prior fiscal year. But if you remember last year, we had some significant savings because of vacant unfunded positions, and we were able to sweep salary savings. So this year, we didn't have those vacant positions, and we're looking at just under 50%, which is where we would expect to be at mid-year. Services and supplies, other charges, capital assets, other financing uses. Again, where, they're where they would be expected to be basically at this time of the year. And if I can just go back for 1 minute here. One of the things to mention is salary and benefits are 60% of our county general fund budget, and actuals at mid-year, they're running about 61.7. So salary and benefits are our largest expenditure classification. So when we compare to last year, we're right about online. And again, especially with salary and benefits, we're close. And that again is because as part of the 14-15 budget, we eliminated most of those vacant unfunded positions. We're seeing, with the shrinkage of the budget and the reductions staff had to make, we are seeing the positions funded that they have vacant, and they're immediately refilling them if they become vacant. And we don't have that significant salary savings that we had last year. People are working with limited resources, and they're going to maximize the resources that they have. Our services and supplies, we're spending a little bit more, but we know we've opened the jail. We know that we have a jail service contract that was a significant amount that wasn't in the prior year budget that is in this year's budget. We've seen an increase in utilities. So those things that go into the services and supplies that put us above where we would have been same time last year. Other financing uses, again, last year you see it as a negative, reimbursed expense, chargebacks. This year you see it as a positive because those negative numbers are not in there any longer. So we also looked at what the expenditures were doing mid-year by functional group. General government, public safety, records, land use, health and human services, education and recreation, and then other departments. And again, everybody's just under that 50% where you would expect them to be. And that's a testament to departments managing their budgets. And it's Where last year, again, we saw a huge amount of salary savings from things like vacant positions. People understand that their budgets have contracted but they're still managing their resources really well. So just a quick recap, revenues below target at 39.4%, property tax apportioned as expected, local sales tax, TOT, property transfer tax are performing a little bit better than expected, but again, make up a small portion. Building and septic system permits are performing well. What I'm hearing is there's a little bit more activity, which especially in the septic system permits, which bodes well, maybe possible new construction. We can be hopeful that that's turning around a little bit. The VLF revenues, not unexpectedly, will post in January and then again in May. Expenditures are slightly less than proportion, but all functional groups are below the 50%. However, we are deficit spending. We've spent $3.4 million more than we've taken in at this point. So I just wanted to go through the mid-year adjustments. I think I wrote them out in pretty much detail in your report, as well as the attachment that went with it. But just a review for everybody, the Treasurer Tax Collector is looking at a person going out on leave of absence just about the time they do the big collections in April and need an extra hire to help with that process. That $3,800, part of the cost of the extra hire will be offset with salary savings, but there's $3,800 that additional appropriation that she will need. Also, the investment software, which can be covered with Teeter. It was helpful when she was making reductions to her budget that the need for the software could be eliminated and that Chandler Assets, who manages our investment portfolio, could provide the necessary reporting that she would need to correctly amortize and post interest. As it turns out, that report is not detailed enough and it's not produces the reports in a way that is useful to her to do what she needs to do in that area. Again, the $5,000 we can cover with Teeter. The extra hire would be a draw on contingencies. Technology services, it's the extension of our contract to help coverage due to staffing shortage. They are down a couple of positions, and this will help them while they go through the recruitment to refill those positions. But a larger amount is needed for some infrastructure needs. And if anybody that has been dealing with our computer systems know that some of our infrastructure is pretty old in TSD, and some of it's really in need of replacement. But that money can come from Teeter, and it will not hit contingencies. Facilities, we had some unexpected building repairs. Carpeting was worn and torn in the Treasurer Tax Collector's office. It was a safety issue. People were tripping over it. It was sooner or later somebody was going to fall and get hurt. That was one of the things. There was the heating and air conditioning unit for the search and rescue building up in Arnold went out, and that had to be replaced. There were drainage issues along Building C, and I don't know if you saw the big trench that was dug as they were trying to deal with those issues. And there was some additional need for vehicle maintenance. A lot of the vehicles that the custodial staff use are ones that have been surplus by other departments, and they get them, and work needs to be done. County contributions, this is an additional contribution to Health and Human Services for the Veteran Services Program. You heard two people speak to that this morning, and this will provide additional funding through the end of this year for the Veteran Services Program. Community organizations, we got the bill from the Upper McCallum River Watershed Authority, probably got all that right, that their dues for this year, or the county contribution for this year, was higher than we had anticipated at the beginning of the year. So there's an adjustment of $3,694 for that. Additionally, the San Andreas Cemetery District came to us and said, we've been taking care of Pioneer Cemetery that belongs to the county for years. We can no longer afford to do that. So we entered into an MOU with them to provide that maintenance services for the Pioneer Cemetery for $5,000. The grand jury, there was, again, a change in methodology of accounting that increases their revenues and increases their appropriations, and this is related to the grand juror training. We do grand jury training with Amador and Tuolumne County, and we pay for it, and then we get reimbursed Amador and Tuolumne's share. Previously, we abated that against the expenditure line item. Again, that is now going to be treated as revenue. So what it just does is increase the revenue by that amount that we're going to receive from them, and then increases the appropriation instead of putting it as a negative against that appropriation line item. Additionally, the grand jury has sent a letter to our office requesting an increase to their meeting per diem and mileage. They feel that they need to do additional meetings more than what was initially expected, and they have people that come from far corners of the county, and they wanted to rewrite the grand juror's manual. And so that's a $7,600 draw on contingencies. The public defender is $50,000 draw on contingency, and this is court-ordered expert witness costs. The sheriff, there's a number of adjustments for the sheriff. Some of them are just miscellaneous adjustments, moving salary and benefits from one budget unit to another as they move staffing from one budget unit to another. The net result is no additional general fund cost. It's just moving those appropriations between their budget units. They also receive some additional CalEMA funds, and so it's an increase to their revenue and an increase to appropriations for those. Again, no cost, no additional general fund cost. The really good news, in January, we received a letter notifying us that we will be getting an additional $250,000 in allocation from the state for court security. So we have built that revenue in with the offsetting costs for the new positions that I'll talk about shortly that we're requesting for the Sheriff's Office for court security. Planning, Peter Maurer brought forward and got direction from the board to send out a general mailing of postcards to all county residents or landowners or property owners to notify them on the general plan update, and he estimated that those costs would be around $24,000. But also in looking at his revenues that he has received the first half of the year, it looks like his revenues will exceed projections by at least $24,000, if not more. So we've increased those revenues, if not, and the appropriations. So it will not be a draw on contingencies if he has to send out those mailings and realize those costs. The coroner public administrator. Previously, it was a single budget unit labeled coroner. Based on information and research that was recently done, we're recommending that we create a new budget unit and separate out the coroner and the public administrator. And in the public administrator budget will be all the fees that the public administrator collects. We estimated them at, I think it was either $60,000 or $66,000 this year. And then in turn the appropriation to pay those out to the public administrator. So the fees collected which were previously paid out of the fiduciary designated fund and reported under the 1099 as more of like a contractor, really should be reported to the IRS as wages earned. So in order to track those, it was recommended that we separate that budget unit put in the estimated revenue and the estimated fees that would be paid out. Now, on those fees are Medicare and LTD is calculated on those fees as wages. So that part of it would be a general fund contribution. And we think it will be about $3,716. Health and Human Services, there's increases to revenues and program costs. There is no general fund cost other than what was mentioned under county contributions for the Veteran Services Program. Under Public Works, Integrated Waste Management is a $250,000 transfer in from the Solid Waste Fund for the Red Hill slide repairs that they discussed with the board. I believe it was either last meeting or the meeting before. But those repairs are actually done through the CIP budget. I know this sounds, but so the money comes in from the Solid Waste Fund into Integrated Waste Management, then it gets transferred out to capital projects, and that is where the expenditures occur for those repairs. And so it was to include that $250,000 in from solid waste and then out to capital projects. And finally, transit. It used to, the operating budget and the budget for capital expenses were all combined as one for better reporting to COG, to the state, and for tracking purposes. It was recommended that we separate out those two budgets, have one as an operating and have one for capital expenditures. Also, what the board's going to be asked to do is approve changes to the position control list. And the first one is related to court security. Again, I mentioned that $250,000. It will fund, according to the letter, 2.5 FTEs for court security. Currently, we are staffing the courts with 2 FTEs and retired annuitants. So I met with the sheriff's office and we talked at length about what would work best for them, whether to fund 2 FTEs and increase our reliance on the retired annuitants, or fund 3 FTEs and reduce our reliance on the retired annuitants. And based on what may be coming down the pipe about our ability to use retired annuitants, it was recommended that we go with the 3 FTEs, 1 sergeant and 2 deputy sheriffs. Also, the building department is requesting a reclassification of a permit tech 3 to an account tech 123. The person that was in the permit tech 3 position retired in December. And in looking at the duties and the needs of the department, they really more fell in line with an account tech position. The account tech position, again, is a lower salary range or salary grade than the permit tech 3, and it was a long-term employee, so there'll be salary savings involved in that. However, the building department does not get a general fund contribution. It relies strictly on fees. Public Access TV has had a long, and I mean years, extra hire administrative assistant 2 to assist the PAT manager, allowing him occasionally to take a vacation. And it really is the point where it's no longer an extra hire. And we're recommending that this position become a permanent part-time at 4 or 5 hours, because it's less than 50%, doesn't receive benefits. So the cost really is no different as an extra hire or a permanent part-time. So in sense, truly, this position is permanent part-time. We're recommending that we make that change and just move that appropriation from the extra hire line item up into permanent salaries. Additional mid-year position changes occur in the Health and Human Services budget. Again, there's no additional general fund cost. It's a office tech for human services, a social service supervisor for human services, and an administrative assistant 1-2 for public health. They're also asking that we restore off the parking lot list to the active list an eligibility worker. And then there's a series of reclassifications. And these are positions that have been underfilled. So the people that are in them are at the lower classification. And it only makes sense that if that's the classification they're in, that we reclassify them to that position. So it's a senior accounting tech to an account tech 3, an office tech 1-2 to a clerical assistant 3, a supervising quality management specialist to a quality management specialist, an admin assistant 1-2 to an account tech 1-2-3, and an alcohol substance abuse counselor 3 to a 1-2. So, looking at 15-16 budget and the process and the direction. It's governed by state law. It's governed by the State Budget Act of how we move forward with our budget process. And it's guided by the board principles, the principles that the board establishes for budget. And what are the milestones? What are the parts that we have to meet? As part of this mid-year report, CAO and departments identified issues and developed budget projections that I'll talk about shortly. Based on board direction today, we will distribute instructions out to departments on March 1st. We will ask that they have those submitted back to our office, HR, and the auditor controller by April 1st. Always seems kind of appropriate, April Fool's Day. At that point, we will start reviewing those budgets that have been submitted, and then during the month of April and May, we, my office, the auditor controller, and HR will meet with departments to go through their budgets, identify the needs, questions, concerns, challenges, etc. Budget hearings are held usually the second week in June. They usually start the afternoon of the first board meeting, and go through that week, or as long as it takes. We try and do the final budget, what amounts to the final budget, in June with technical adjustments in September. It really is a collaborative process. It involves all departments. It involves the auditor's office. It involves HR and staff throughout the organization. So these are the budget principles that have been previously adopted by the board. They are things that were important to past boards. Rational and conservative revenue estimates. I think we're always conservative in our projections of revenue estimates. We don't want to overstate what we think we're getting, because that then puts us in a very tenuous position. And it's critical as we look at the year and go along to ensure that they aren't overstated and that they're coming in as we expect them to. Number two, it speaks to avoiding one-time solutions. And sometimes you have to. Sometimes you have no choice. And in the past few years, we've looked at one-time solutions, and those are using one-time funds, teeter funds, to balance the budget. But hopefully we get to a point in the next year or two where our appropriations are the same as the revenues that we expect to come in that fiscal year. Maintain costs by controlling personnel expenditures. That doesn't mean we use that as the first measure of cutting, but when you talk about personnel costs, they are 60% of the general fund budget. So we want to always be careful about adding positions if we don't have an ongoing source of revenue to fund those positions. Number 5 is one, I think it's a holdover from prior years. It says don't leave a promise from the state until the promise actually occurs. That was when the state had much more control of over-dipping into county budgets when they were facing a deficit themselves. Measures have been passed and taken into that have pretty much protected the county on that score. Again, minimize general fund contribution to non-general fund programs above the required match. There are counties who are in a much better financial position than ours that will fund those non-general fund programs above the required county match to make them more robust. Unfortunately, we have not had that ability. Maintain operations in solid waste, airport. I'm going to add transit to this just because it's an enterprise fund, and fish and game funds without general fund contributions. And basically, the enterprise funds are ones that should not require a general fund contribution. They should be self-sustaining. In general, do not balance the budget by raising fees. And that's not a method to balance the budget, but it doesn't mean that we can't look at county fees to make sure that we're recovering the cost of providing those services. We have not done a comprehensive study on county fees since 2009, as that's the last time any major overreaching, all departments have looked at county fees. Strive for healthy reserves and a 3 to 4% contingency. We made that last year. Utilize grant funding that enhances improved county programs. That doesn't mean we want grants with huge county share of cost, or that is not really going to, that we're going to expend more energy managing the grant than the grant is worth. But we want to utilize grants for funding when that makes sense. And the budget structure shall support a diverse, prosperous, and sustainable economy. That is all our hopes, I think. So, how do we start? I mean, really, how do we start? The best thing we can do is look ahead based on the current, what's happening in the current year, and what we know will impact the future year. So one of the things that we do, using as a starting point, we budgeted for the current year's revenues. And we pull the TDR transfer that we use to balance that out of that. So that's about $33.9 million. We also look at the 14-15 appropriations, and using that as a starting point, we figure we have the same number of allocated positions, the same operating costs. And then we take the things that we know or we can estimate. And one of those things, there's good news, there's bad news. One of the increased costs will be the salary and benefits. All county employees received a 4% COLA effective the first pay period in this fiscal year, in this calendar year, in January. And so next fiscal year, that 4% will be for the entire year, unlike this year it was only for 880 hours. And what does that cost? Roughly about $425,000. Excuse me. With no additional positions being added that don't have funding associated with them. Also, the board approved entering back into the Microsoft Enterprise Agreement, so we know that that's going to be an additional cost next year. One of the good things that we did on the recommendation of the Auditor Controller at adopted budget last year is some of the increased revenue that we saw as a result of the property tax roll closing higher than expected and our fund equity balance being a little higher than we had expected, was to pay off some one-time costs. So we paid the court and property tax audits off in full. That means there's $619,000 in appropriations that are included in the current year budget that do not need to be included in next year's budget. So that will be a savings in that area. Mind you, property tax and estimated fund balance, predicting those 6 months in advance is challenging. And it can be difficult, and you can only do your best estimate on the information you have in front of you, and things can change drastically. But the assessor's office felt safe in saying that we may be looking at a 4% increase to our property tax rolls. So based on that estimate, which also affects vehicle license fee revenue, because part of the triple flip in the early 2000s, that VLF revenue is tied to property taxes increasing or decreasing. We see additional revenues in the amount of $536,000. Also, the auditor has completed and submitted the A87 indirect cost plan. And what that will mean is an increase in general fund revenue to the central service departments of just under $1 million. which if you recall, 2 years ago, we took a hit of $1.3 million in that arena. So this is just trying to get us back up to where we were. So what does that mean? That means that if you take those beginning revenue and appropriations, add and subtract what we know, we're looking at an estimated initial deficit of $3.1 million, almost $3.2 million. So the auditor's office projected that we would have a cash carry of $2.4 million. If the board approves the budget adjustments and the draws on contingency today, that will reduce our contingency, which is a big portion of this $2.2 million down. So the actual adjusted estimated fund balance would be about $2.3 million. So that leaves us short about $900,000, which we would pull from Teeter, if all other things are equal. Now that's a big change. What we were at over $3 million last year, 1.8 this year, we're looking at $900,000 this year. We're moving in the right direction. But again, it's going to be really important as we move forward to hold the line and to try and continue to close that budget gap.
Excuse me.
Uh-huh.
I got a question about that.
Sure. Let me go back to Chris.
What is the zero?
Oh, we always budget to zero. Our beginning balance plus our revenues plus our expenditures equals zero for budgetary purposes. So that's
Means we're balanced.
if all this happened and nothing else did, that it would take about $900,000 to balance.
That's what I thought.
Okay. So what are some of the other things that we have to consider moving forward? The local economy still remains sluggish. There's been no great boom in Calaveras County, unfortunately. We know that salary and benefit increases are going to happen. We know they're going to happen because of the 4% COLA. We know they're going to be happening because of increased PERS costs, which Rebecca will be talking about in the next few slides. We know that the current 3-year contracts with all bargaining units expire at the end of this calendar year, 12/31/15. We know we have an aging technology infrastructure. That updates to our technology have really been put on hold since 2007, 2008, when the recession hit, and we started having to look at reductions in staff, reductions in appropriations, using Teeter funds, which the board previously had designated for technology needs. And we use that to balance the budget as opposed to investing in our infrastructure. We need to start looking at reinvesting in our infrastructure. We have servers that have reached end of life. We have a lot of needs. And all our county departments rely on our technology, whether it's our financial system, whether it's the sheriff's room system, whether it's Public Works cost accounting system, internet, email. I mean, really, every department uses our technology. And if anybody's been around when the internet goes down or the email goes down and everybody's calling TSD, you know how important it is to everybody. So that's something to be considered in the future. Our self-insurance liability. We budget, every year we do an actuarial, and it tells us at the level that we should, confidence level that we should budget at. We usually try and stay between 80 and 85%. Depending on the number of claims and the exposure that we have, we may have to adjust that up or down. Again, jail operating costs, we still have not seen what a full year of operating costs means. So we don't know whether they're going to be higher than we initially anticipated, whether they're going to be right online. But we have seen some increased cost, at least in utilities. And then we're still working through the general plan update. So I'm going to let Rebecca talk about and take over the driving this train.
Okay. So we've I've kind of brought this up several times, that there are some expenses that we just don't control, and one of them is CalPERS. It's our pension. And they have had a lot of strife from the public about the fact that there are all of these unfunded liabilities throughout the state that equate to billions and billions of dollars of unfunded liability. And I'm sure you know that every meeting someone comes to the podium, it's, usually that gentleman over there, talking about unfunded liability. It is a real thing. And in 2012, there was discussion about some major pension reforms. That was passed, and those changes went into effect. The first major changes of pension reform went into effect January of 2013. And that was a great first step, but the Calaveras board realized that didn't go far enough. It addressed, from that point forward, of not contributing any more for new enrollment to the PERS system, to an unfunded liability, but it didn't really go very far to address the existing members that were already in PERS and the existing retirees. So we still have this huge unfunded liability that we needed to figure out how to deal with that. So in April of 2013, CalPERS board adopted an amortization rate and smoothing policy. And then in February 14, they decided that still didn't go far enough, so they adopted additional changes in their asset allocation because they had changed their return assumption from, I think it was 7 3/4 down to 7.5. Many people still think that didn't go far enough because the idea that they are always going to make 7.5% on their investment seemed a little ridiculous. Given, 1 year, I think they had as much as a 24% loss in their investment activities. So a 7.5% increase seemed a little far-fetched. Over a 20-year period, this is from 1994 to 2013, the average over a 20-year period, and again, it depends on what 20 years you look at, but over that period, the average is 8.28. So it just depends on what the market's doing at that particular time. So they're trying to justify the 7.5% by changing their asset allocation so it's a little less volatile so that they can stand behind that number. But then at that same time, they also said, you know what? Shoot, people are living longer. That means they're retiring a lot longer. They're in retirement a lot longer than we thought they were going to. Which means they are taking benefits out of the system that they didn't really account for. They thought they would only, be taken out for, maybe 15 or 20 years, and they may actually be taken out for 30 plus years. So what does that mean? What do all these changes mean that have occurred over the last several years, either through legislative force or through the CalPERS board? And the entire PERS rates, because somebody has to pay it, and that means the employer generally is going to have to pay it. So the 2013 assumption changes, that increase is effective for the 15-16 rates. Okay? So just like she was talking about an actuarial we get for the liability insurance, we also get actuaries for our PERS. Okay? And it takes all the demographic information for our particular employee demographics, their ages, when they started working here, what our average age for retirement is, our past, enrollees, and they take all that information in addition to their assumptions on investments, and they come up with a rate for us. Okay, but what they said was, we're not going to hit you all at one time in order to fix these assumption changes that we are making that are going to be effective in 15-16. We're going to spread it over a 5-year period. And then we're going to amortize that over a 30-year period. So that means our rates could increase anywhere between 1% and 3%. So we knew that that was going to happen. And so I've kind of consistently said, just be careful. We can't control PERS rates. And we know that they're going to go up. My guess is they're going to go considerably higher. And I had originally estimated that we might see somewhere about a 50% increase in our employer PERS rates. And based on the information I've received thus far, that's probably pretty in line with what we're going to see. So then the 2014 assumption changes that they made, which had to do a lot with the mortality rate, those changes go into effective 16-17. And so those rates, again, they don't want to dump it all on you at one time, so they're going to spread that increase in rates starting with the 16-17 actuary, and they're going to spread that over a 5-year period and amortize those changes over a 20-year period. So our contracts are you're either in a safety contract or you're in a non-safety contract. So the changes are very different between the two. So the safety rate changes of what we're going to see, and this assumes a $5.2 million payroll for safety members in general. So if we had higher payroll than that or lower payroll than that, it could change these numbers, but we're just going to use that as an assumption. That's what PERS has been using in their assumption, and that's been pretty consistent with what we've been seeing. So for 14-15, you can see under the old system, the one that we're in right now, it's 39.396%. So for every dollar that we pay of a safety employee earnings, we have to pay 39 cents to PERS. That's just the employer portion, okay? In addition to that, the employee is paying 9%. Under the new way CalPERS is going to do this, starting with the 15-16 year, they said, gosh, you know what? The classic members are retiring, and they're no longer paying into the system anymore. And your numbers are based on keeping that level of classic PERS members, because the new members that come in are paying their fair share. They're paying, we're splitting the cost 50-50. Employee pays half and we pay half. So theoretically, there is no unfunded liability. The classic members still have this existing unfunded liability. So CalPERS said, you know what, the payroll percentage amount is not going enough to pay down your unfunded liability. So we're going to switch this up a little bit, and we're going to have you not only pay a percentage of payroll, you're actually going to have to start paying us a lump sum amount as well. And in the first year, it's okay because it roughly pencils out to what it was going to be anyway. It's in 16-17, you see it jump up to 42%. Because from the 15-16 amount of the lump sum is going to be $476,000 that we're going to have to pay, regardless of what our payroll is. The following year, it goes up $577,000, and it continues to increase at a minimum of $100,000 to $200,000 per year until we reach almost $1 million a year. We're going to be paying lump sum to CalPERS, and it will continue until the unfunded liability is paid off. The good news is, if you recall, last year I brought forth the idea of swapping out some expensive debt that we had with CalPERS, which is the side fund, for some lower cost debt, and that is saving us some money. And we will have that side fund paid off June of 2018. And so you can see for 18-19, it's going to drop that rate back down, but really it just goes right back up because we're paying that unfunded liability going forward. So that lump sum continues until the unfunded liability is paid off. CalPERS is projecting as of June 30th, 15, that the safety contract, under the safety contract we have, that we'll have $11.443 million of unfunded liability. So that's what we have to pay off. They are assuming a return rate of 13-14, which they haven't stated yet what their return rate was, but that should come out here fairly soon. They were projecting an 18% return on investment. So assuming they made 18%, we're great. If they didn't, then it means we're going to have higher lump sums to pay and longer period to pay. And then it also assumes a return rate of 7.5% every year thereafter, which again, some years yes, some years no. And then any assumption changes that that board also does going forth, or if we made any changes to compensation here or changed any of the benefit tiers, that would also change this whole scenario here. And it assumes an increase that our payments would increase 3% each year after that. So now for non-safety rates, they're lower because we have a lower tier. The safety, the classic members under safety are 3% at 50. The classic non-safety members are 2% at 55. No, under the old one. 2% at 55. So that's quite a difference in benefit. So it's less expensive for a non-safety member in terms of PERS than a safety member. So you can see 14-15, our rate is 15.7%. Last year it was 14.7%. And you can see it just keeps ramping itself up because our unfunded liability rate is going to continue to increase. Now, what they did not do, CalPERS did not do a lump sum approach to non-safety members, but I would not be surprised at all if next year's actuarial unveils the unfunded liability debate, because we're going to have the same issue. We have a lot of classic members in the non-safety contract that are retiring, which means you have less people that are going to be paying into that pool to pay off the unfunded liability. And so they got to pay it off somehow. We have to pay it off. So my guess is probably 16-17 or 17-18, you're going to see these rates skyrocket because we're going to have to pay the unfunded liability, and they're going to drop the same thing that they did on the safety contract, on the non-safety contract, which means we will be paying lump sum amounts to CalPERS to pay off the unfunded liability. Now, what's our unfunded liability? Almost $37 million. So that's of 630.15 is what it's projected to be. Again, assumes a return rate of 18%, assumes a return rate of 7.5% thereafter. So we would have to continue to pay under the current structure. We're not making a dent in the unfunded liability using the existing rates that we're paying. So the writing's kind of on the wall to me that we will be making lump sum payments to CalPERS. It's not going to be in 15-16, but I would guess either 16-17 or 17-18 it's going to start. And then we've got to continue to do that until that $37 million is paid off. So it's going to be a long time, and it's going to hurt. But it's just something to be aware of because the pressure is on that no public entity should have an unfunded liability like this. And that also what we're finding is that under CalPERS going forward, they won't even approve compensation if it's going to create an unfunded liability. So the whole concept of even okaying an unfunded liability is just a no-go going forward.
Okay, the budget impact and budget gap and closing it. Initially, we told the board that this was going to be a multi-year process. We said 3 to 5 years. We've made progress. We've made some dramatic progress. And how did we do that? In 13-14, when we did the mid-year report in 13-14, we were projecting, much like that slide I had showed you earlier, a budget gap of $8 million. And we said that even with the cash carry and tier, it would be really difficult to come up with a balanced budget using every bit of teeter and the cash carry. So there was recommendations made, and we realized that we had $900,000 worth of salary savings from funded but vacant positions just for the first half of the year, and the board agreed to allow us to sweep those savings so that they wouldn't be spent and put them into contingencies, which we did. We also board provided direction to make $2.2 million in reductions to appropriations in the fiscal year 14-15 budget. And how did we do that? We saw budgets making 8 to 10% reductions in their general fund contribution. It was painful. It hurt. Departments were already working with limited resources, and to ask them to further reduce, it was a painful process. The board eliminated, or moved to the parking lot, I should say, those vacant unfunded positions in the parking lot. And we said, if there's not somebody in there, let's unfund those positions and move them to the parking lot, which we did. So it showed we had we brought a balanced budget with those reductions. We were using one-time cost of our cash carry or fund equity balance and a transfer from Teeter. But we reduced the reliance on Teeter from originally $3.7 million, I believe it was, closer to $3.8 million down to $1.8 million. We also saw our cash carry decrease. It was higher than we had estimated at mid-year, but it was lower than the prior year. But we were still able to produce a balanced budget. With year-end close, when the property tax came in higher, and at 6% versus the 1%, and we had a slightly higher fund balance, we used those one-time expenditures to pay off one-time costs, mainly the court and property tax audit payoffs. I have to say departments really, really worked hard to reduce and save where they could. And so we had salary savings for the second half of the year. And when we went to do that year-end transfer of those $3.8 million, we did not have to transfer the full amount. And again, we eliminated about 25 of those positions, FTEs. Most of them were vacant, and they're sitting in the parking lot. It's important that we stay that path if we want to continue to close that budget deficit. So if you recall, I know some of the board members were here, some may have been sitting in the audience. This was the budget gap that we were projecting at this time for the 13-14 mid-year budget report. And it was pretty scary. Based on the actions that were taken, when the board adopted final budget, or it's called adopted budget now, we closed that gap. And if we can hold the line, we'll be using even less one-time funds going into 15-16. Instead of $1.8 million of Teeter, we're looking at possibly $900,000 and a 2.2 cash carry. So one of the things that the board has asked was, we can't get out of this deficit alone. Are there ways that we can also increase revenue? Again, we can look at pursuing cost recovery from other entities, ensuring that we're charging appropriate fees for services. Again, that means a comprehensive look at all departmental fees and to bring that back to the board. As mentioned in both a study session on county revenues and mentioned at last year's budget process, there are ways to pursue revenue increases, whether it's TOT, which would be generating $200,000 annually if it was increased from 6 to 10%, or increasing the sales tax base could bring in another $1 million. But again, this requires further approval, so if the board is thinking of that in the future, I would recommend that it become part of the general elections in 2016. So we have a ways to go and to think about it. And even if it was passed by voters, it would take 18 to 24 months to see that revenue come in once the passage occurred. I put this slide in last year at the year budget, and I got a lot of positive feedback from it because county financing can be very confusing, not only to the general public, but to just anybody in general. And so I tried to compare it to home finances. So when you think about the general fund that provides all your operating costs for your main services, you can look at that as your checking account. You can look at the teeter funds that we have set aside as a savings account, and then your general fund reserves is kind of like your 401k plan. You don't want to touch that until it's critical in your... But what it is your annual income. It's going to go up and may go down. I mean, if you have two sources of income, whether it's you and a spouse, whether it's your own income in rental property, whether it's interest dividends, whatever it may be, that may go up in the good times, it may go down in the bad times. If your expenditures operate what it takes to maintain your household, your rent or your mortgage payment, or your vehicle payment, your utilities, your insurance, etc., those are the things that are required that you have to pay, your food, your lights. So what happens when your revenues, when your income goes down? You have a couple of choices. You can cut expenditures. You can eat into whatever the balance was into your checking account when there's nothing left. You can transfer money from your savings. But if you continue operating in that process with your expenditures, your mortgage, your car insurance, etc., and they're not meeting your revenue, sooner or later you're going to run out of that balance in your checking account. Sooner or later you're going to run out of your savings account. That's why most people, when they do their home budget, they want to make sure their expenses are in line with their income, so that they're not eating into their savings account and they're not pulling down money from lowering their checking account balance. Sure, you may on a month-to-month basis, but at the end of the year, you don't want to be spending more than you're taking in, or you're, as I said, eating into your savings account or racking up debt with credit cards. And the county doesn't have credit cards. So that's kind of what happened, is we had some good years where we were able to build up our checking account balance, but then we added expenses that were going to be ongoing expenses that didn't match ongoing revenue, and we saw those revenues kind of falling. So we had to dip into the savings account to make our budget balance. And as we close that gap, we can see that instead of the $3.7 million that we initially thought we were going to have to transfer in 13-14, we only have to transfer $1.6 million. We budgeted this year $1.8 million. I think it's likely we will transfer the majority of that. Hopefully next year we'll have to transfer less, and we'll get back on that even keel where we're not having to figure out where we can cut our expenses to meet our revenues.
Except for PERS.
Except for PERS. Well,
So right when we catch up, if we get caught up, then we get cut down.
we have challenges, but we have been putting some money aside in a designated fund because we've known that this was coming along with the 27th pay period. We have put some money aside because we knew this was coming. Not a whole lot, and nothing that's going to really help or cover the full cost over those years. So, our mid-year recommendations are to approve the 2014-15 mid-year adjustments that requires a draw on contingencies of just over $130,000, and that requires a 4/5 vote of the board. We request that the board adopt the changes in the resolution approving the changes to the position control list as outlined in the earlier slides. We ask that the board maintain the current hiring freeze process. It really is helpful for our office, for the auditor's office, and for HR to see those forms come through to ensure that the positions that are being requested to fill, in fact, have funding associated with them, whether it's because somebody left that position and they want to refill it, or for whatever reason, or that it is, in fact, a funded position. And again, to authorize the CAO and the auditor controller to work with departments to reduce appropriations where grant or other outside revenue will not be achieved. I mean, it's real easy to say, well, I have all the appropriations there, I want to continue spending, but if they haven't received the revenues as they budgeted, and they spend all the appropriations, that increases their general fund contribution, and in essence will lower the cash carrier fund equity balance at the end of the year. So we want to be able to work with them to ensure that their revenues are going to come in and that they don't exceed the appropriations above what they expected in revenue. We also that's supposed to be for 15-16, I'm sorry, my year is off. For the 15-16 budget recommendations, we are asking to direct departments to prepare a status quo budget. And what does that mean? A couple of years ago, it was a status quo operating budget, meaning you can spend the same, you don't have to eliminate employees, you don't have to spend less than the same budget for services and supplies. It's a status quo budget. What we mean by status quo budget now is that their general fund contribution remain at the same level that was included in the 14-15 adopted budget. Yeah, it's still going to hurt. It's still going to be painful, but it's not a reduction. We initially thought we would have to ask departments to make further cuts, and by a status quo budget, they're still going to have to squeeze their budgets tighter, but we're not asking that they reduce the general fund contribution. We're asking that they don't put forward new positions without a ongoing revenue offset. We believe that the status quo budget with the identified increases to revenue will, again, as I mentioned earlier, reduce that structural deficit by $1.6 million over the prior year. And one of the things I want to say is that this is a starting point for all departmental budgets. It's not what is eventually submitted to the board. It is, we work with the departments, we try and identify their challenges and their issues. But we need a place to start, and the place to start is really with a status quo budget, because it's really important that we make the effort to continue to shrink that deficit, and we have to be really careful that we don't go hog wild. I mean, it's a team effort, and no one can do it alone. It takes all of us in this county to work together to get to where we need to be. Again, we mentioned continuing to pursue the cost recovery of service, which means fees, and to consolidate and share departmental resources where we can. But I think if we do those things, we continue down the correct path of where we need to be to eventually close that gap. Questions?
Shirley, how do you take into consideration with the contracts ending at the end of this fiscal year, or end of this year? How do you take that into consideration as departments are budgeting for the future?
At the moment, we have not included any additional cost based on what may or may not be negotiated. We hope to start the process this spring, which we're talking in the next month or so. I'll be coming to the board in closed session for direction on negotiations. There's a whole process that has to be set up. I think we will know as we move closer to probably adopted budget. We will have a better idea of where they're going and what the bargaining units might be looking for and what we will be asking. So it's an ongoing process. It's really hard to budget for something that is really unknown.
Okay.
And if something does occur that will impact the budget, those adjustments can be made at the time the contract is or at maybe next year.
So we are going to cover the BSO?
There is money in there for the remainder of the year for the Veteran Service Program, a transfer from the general fund to Health and Human Services.
Does that give them a full-time VSO?
Actually, what they have is a person that acts as VSO, and there's a secondary person that is working extra hire, and it covers their costs for the remainder of the year.
So there's contribution from veterans, right, towards it, and then how much is that? Does anybody have any idea?
It's about, the money that we get is about $35,000.
Okay.
It's a base of $10,000, the rest we earn.
All right, so you have $35,000. Where do you get that from? Not the county, right?
No, it's state fund.
There is a general fund contribution to Health and Human Services, the CalWorks side, and they use that money and to cover the costs that are general fund related. They also manage to, it's an eligibility, Mary, correct me if I'm wrong, it's an eligibility worker that also acts as Veteran Services Officer, and this is a way to maximize funding for that position because that person also can determine eligibility for other services for the veterans, such as Medicare, CalFresh, which is also known as used to be known as food stamps. So we do that in an effort to maximize the funding. In addition, they had an extra hire person that was partially grant funded, and for the remainder of the year, it will cover her extra hire salary. So that person will be working in the Veteran Services Program as well. When we met with Kevin, who spoke here earlier, we had discussed this with him and what the proposal would be, and I think this was moving forward in good faith on that proposal. It was the request that Health and Human Services had put forward to our office, and we are recommending it, including it in the budget adjustments to enhance and retain that extra hire person in the Veteran Services Program.
Okay. All right, anything on school resource officers?
No, at this time, I did at one point in time meet with the sheriff's officers with a proposal of using some salary savings that we thought we had identified at the time to cover a school resource officer for the remainder part of this year, and then gather a committee together of probation, Health and Human Services, schools, the sheriff's office, obviously, and our office to look at, and possibly even the district attorney to look at, possible funding sources for moving forward. I spoke to the sheriff, I believe it was shortly after the meeting on the COPS grant, I think it was the following week, and he said that he would look into it, but I have not heard back at this point.
So I want to move forward with that. And also I talked to CHP, and they're interested too. They're interested in also possibly help to fund the positions. So the idea would be, in my mind, is to put together a committee that could decide what the SROs can look like in Calaveras County, a program, and then instead of picking it apart with grants, actually try to fund that program in the future so that we don't have to be on a roller coaster with it. Because I'll tell you right now, and I've said this many a times, we don't start doing a little bit of intervention and preventive maintenance, we're going to fill that jail up there. And then we'll be paying for it on the other end. So.
And then I recommend that we form that committee and start working towards that and look at it as part of budget for next year.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I would share that same opinion. I'm quite pleased to hear the CHP is willing to participate in this program. As you can see, even our traffic fatalities and our problems we have with our traffic here in Calaveras County has increased. I find that very disturbing. So I welcome that fact that the CHP would join in, and I would support school resource officer on behalf of the Sheriff's Department too.
So we just had, in the past 6 months, we just lost 3 young ladies to accidents, 2 in the past 2 weeks.
And I believe it is important to bring that committee together and involve the schools, and it's good to hear that CAHP is
All right,
also
so-
interested in participating.
Do you want me to do it? Or
I'll work with the sheriff's office. I'm sure they would want to set that up.
All right. Any other questions, you guys?
Yeah, I mentioned earlier about grants, and it's been brought up in grand jury reports, et cetera, over the years, and it said it's in process. Is the process now for the Board of Supervisors to approve all grants?
No, we don't have a formalized policy, which is part of the problem. So we do have a policy that was shared with me from another county that I've sent to the administrative office, and we're going to start going through it to determine if parts of it would work for us, and then bring it before the Board of Supervisors so that you can have input on it. I think we're kind of looking to maybe follow the same scope as what we've done in the purchasing policy, which is to set kind of tiers. So if it's a kind of low dollar grant, and there's not significant risk and cost associated with it, that maybe that can be something that can be approved without the board, maybe at the CAO's level. And then if it's a multi-year or higher dollar or higher risk grant, bringing those before the Board of Supervisors. But we do need to have some continuity in that process, because clearly we don't. But we do have it. We just needed to get through a few things, and then we'll pick that back up.
If it's a grant that they can be approved, it should come to the board, in my opinion, because it's not just us that weighs in on it; it's the public.
Right, and a lot of the grants, especially if they have any commitment on the part of the county sheriff cost or physicians or whatever, it's required to come before the Board of Supervisors. Some of the smaller grants that were just money with no real commitment, and I'm talking under $10,000, probably have been approved at the department level. But yes, all grants probably should come through the board because it is a commitment of county resources.
Yeah, and the biggest thing, and I've kind of said this repeatedly like a mantra, is things are great with grants until they're not. And then when they're not, it doesn't matter if the grant was in Public Works or Health and Human Services or the library or wherever. It doesn't matter. It falls on the responsibility of the general fund and the Board of Supervisors. If we're not in compliance, we are the ones who pay it back. And we have seen that throughout the years. So it's just important that we know what the risks are associated with those.
Can we expect to see something in way of a proposal for a formal policy before the June budget hearings?
Yes, most definitely.
Thank you. I'm all for a fee study. I've been shouting that mantra for over a year now. Is there some way we can help facilitate that? It's not, last night I was reminded of it at the Solid Waste Task Force, where we haven't updated the very few charges we have at Rock Creek since the 90s. So there are building fees, et cetera. There's all sorts of things that we're charging for that haven't been looked at. So you mentioned that, and I think that's great. And if you need me to help in any way facilitate it, just give the word.
We'll be glad to do that. I think what's really important and critical in doing that fee study is that all departments do participate and look at their fees. I think it's also critical that we give them a methodology that they can follow, and I think it's important that we work with the auditor's office so that they do include all the costs, because there are hidden costs that departments may not be charged, 87 indirect costs, that they should include when they're building out their fees. So, yes, the auditor's office and our office will work to develop a template that will assist them in looking at and ensuring that those fees are cost recovery.
And updated, too.
Updated.
Some of them, boy, I think we just kind of said we're not going to deal with them for a long time. Would it be prudent? Everybody always wants an answer to the CalPERS issue. To start setting up, an amortization schedule where even if it's not a lot, that we put sort of in the kitty for it right now. At least we've got that idea going with the coming budget, like, the safety, non-safety. Maybe we should be setting this year, even though we're not required to, 25,000 aside. So, and I'm pulling numbers out of the sky. I don't know, but it's a process when we get it going.
And actually, we've been putting $125,000 a year into a designated fund. It was to cover that 27th pay period, pay date. I don't want to say it's pay period because there's only 26 pay periods in a year. It's just because of the way the pay dates fall.
Sure.
It will be hitting in 16-17, fiscal year 16-17. Also, prior to the recession, we were putting an additional $175,000 in that fund because we had that understanding that something sooner or later was going to happen in the PERS arena. So we do have some money set aside. We will continue as we are able to set money aside. We have set at least $125,000 aside every fiscal year.
So you're way ahead of me on that. On the checkings and savings account on the teeter fund for the projections for 14-15, 15-16, legitimately, those are probably $500,000 low. Am I wrong? You're being very conservative on that, correct?
Yeah, we're always conservative
on that. Yeah, because it hasn't gone down. And last year it was 387,000 higher, so
right,
440, 500.
And because it's based on penalties and interest on late payments of property taxes, it's really hard to know how much money is going to go into that designated fund. Additionally, there has to be a reserve, 1% of the property tax bill, and Rebecca can speak to this requirement better than I can.
Yeah, so there's a requirement to save off 1% of our tax roll. But in addition, what we're going to get for penalties and interest is you just never know. And our tax collector made a change on the tax bills, which I'm going to be really curious how it's going to impact Teeter. I think it's a benefit because she on the tax bill, if you looked at your tax bill, the due date was circled. And so that was surprising to everybody. Many people thought she had changed the due date for the taxes, when in reality, it's always been the same due date.
I thought she did it just for mine.
Yeah. It's always been the same due date.
Too. How much did that cost, Barbara?
But what was interesting is more people paid their bills on time. That's
Thanks
not
a lot,
good.
Barb.
I know, thanks a lot. That's not good for Teeter. It's great for the county and it's great for our cash flow, but it's not good for Teeter. So it'll be interesting to see what the revenue is actually going to be for Teeter, given that everybody now knows what the real due date is for their property taxes. So that is always a variable. We're never sure what the revenue is going to be for Teeter until the following year. And then Teeter's main purpose, why it's legally even there, is it's a tax loss reserve. So it's there to collect the interest and penalties off of property taxes that are paid late, and you use that interest and penalties in case of a property that goes to tax sale, okay, that the sale doesn't produce enough sale to cover the property taxes that are owed to the taxing jurisdiction. It's there to pay for those losses. We've been very fortunate in having really great treasurer tax collectors that try to work with the property owners to try to avoid tax sales if at all possible. She'll try to find you a job, if it means you'll pay your taxes. But so we've been very fortunate in that. So we haven't had a lot of tax sales that are actually result in a loss. So what that means is the balance that's in there is an accumulation of years and years and years of penalties and interest. And so what we've been using it for historically is expansion of our technology infrastructure. Software and hardware is very expensive, and infrastructure is very expensive. And then what we've been using it for also over the last several years is a gap in revenue. And what we've always used it for is cash flow. and it's put us in a very good position where we don't have to externally borrow for dry period. We don't get all of our property taxes up front. We get them when people pay their bills. So the fact that we might have to pay all of our tax apportionments out to the taxing jurisdictions, 55% anyway, in December, but we may have only received 45% of the total, we're fronting the money. In addition, a lot of our bills are paid, our very hefty, large bills are paid in the first part of the fiscal year when we haven't received all of the revenue. And then if you're dealing with grants that are reimbursement grants, you have to spend the money before you get the money. So we're always in a position where we're pushing more money out the door than we have money coming in the door. So it causes...
Sounds like my business.
I know. So it causes a problem with cash flow. So Teeter has also given us the ability to not have to externally borrow for short term, which can be extremely expensive.
So legitimately, from what I'm listening to you also, and kind of adding a little as you're talking, but I think I'm right. As times get better with our economy, the contributions to Teeter could actually go down.
They could. Yep.
Yeah. So, okay. Well, I appreciate you being conservative there. I just want to make sure that I was missing something that wasn't there. Now, another question I have, when I was reading this before the meeting, maintaining current hiring freeze process, but on the internet, the county has 11 postings for jobs. Is that part of the hiring freeze process? Those were decided on? And
It is. What the process is, Supervisor Kearney, is that when a department wants to refill a position, there's a form they fill out. It's an exemption from hiring freeze. And it states what the position is and when it became vacant or who previously held the position. It provides some information regarding the cost, whether it was funded or unfunded, and a little bit of justification. It comes to the CAO's office. And what I do is I look through the budget to ensure that the position in fact is filled and that the person is vacating it. I sign off on it. It goes over to HR with the form for recruitment, and then it gets posted in the paper and the flyers are put up.
And I have one last question, and I'll yield. Thanks. There was another area, and I know it might have been brought up before, but so if I'm stealing somebody's thoughts, they'll just have to live with it. When I read the grand jury reports, another thing that came to mind was there have been comments from them about our code compliance officers, and I've been working on some issues in our neighborhoods lately that are unsavory, I guess is a good way to put it. And that when you talk to the code compliance officers, there are still only 2, and there were only 2 when the grand jury report was done, recommending that we get more. When you also talk to the code compliance officers, I want to tell you there were 1,100 backlog cases. And we have seen in the last 2 or 3 meetings, I don't remember exactly when, where bringing some of those cases up to compliance actually had some large returns on them to the county. And I think that's what the grand jury report was saying also, that bringing them into compliance will fund code compliance positions. And I wonder if there isn't a chance that we could do that. And it's sort of like I'm reading here in the plans where or the update here where you don't create a bill that you don't have the revenue for. I don't know how fast, when they do these cases, does the revenue come, would be my first question. And then, the second one, if it's coming fast enough, can we hire a couple people?
So code compliance is funded through 2 sources. There's the nuisance abatement and then Teeter and ABA, which is a JPA with the City of Angels. It's the abandoned vehicle abatement funding. So what happens is if if code compliance cites a property, they bring to the Board of Supervisors to put a lien on that property. When that lien actually gets recorded, it goes on the tax roll on their secured property, and then we apportion that. We basically pay it out of TEETR. So they get TEETR funds immediately. The issue is, yes, there's a big backlog, but we have to be really careful that we don't go, gangbusters on citing all of those properties and putting liens on all these properties, because you're not necessarily going to get those liens paid. And then what does it produce? It produces a loss against the tax loss reserve. So yes, code compliance would get the revenue really quickly, but I think you just have to be mindful and methodical and kind of have a process in place on expansion of that. That's just the risk that we would have to look at.
Well, I can appreciate that, but out of 1,100 backlogs, you would think that they're, and I'm not saying, you create a thug force that goes out and creates issues for the county, but there are a significant number of them that do need cleaned up, and they're just not able to get to them.
Also, just so that you know that I did sign a exemption from hiring freeze for an extra hire for code compliance to bring in an administrative assistant of some sort to help with the paperwork to free up those code compliance officers to be out in the field more and to deal with just a lot of the paperwork involved. Additionally, what Rebecca didn't mention was when the building permit fees were calculated and established, costs for 25% of the cost for code compliance was calculated into those fees. To date, though, that 25% of the fees collected have not been moved over to the code compliance, and that is something I'll be working with the building department and code compliance. And if that is sufficient funds, then we may be looking at a more secured source of funding for the code compliance officer.
Easy come, easy go, huh, Jeff?
Yeah, thank you, C.A. Ryan. Thank you for paying your attention to that and getting that process going. Our fines and costs, are that all lumped into our code compliance program under the liens?
Jeff might be able to answer this better. From what I've seen, it can be a combination of the two. Costs for what you are projecting, what the cleanup costs are going to be, plus your administrative.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the whole question.
When you put the lien on the property, is it the projected cost of cleanup and your administrative fees?
In some cases, yes.
Yeah.
Usually the case, one of the more, I think it's important to mention one other thing now that we're talking about code compliance. The fact that we have a very large number of backlogs does not give the public much confidence in our ability to handle them. When we handle calls, why aren't you doing something about what I called about a month ago, 3 months ago, a year ago? So we basically have to prioritize the complaints that we get. If it's going to hurt somebody, kill somebody, dangerous to the public, those go first. Then we work our way down the line depending on how what the risk level is. So we do get a lot of calls that people feel like they're being ignored, which is very frustrating because the sad fact of the matter is it takes from the beginning of the complaint to handle the thing is you go out, verify what the complaint is, contact the people that need to be contacted, giving them a reasonable amount of time to adjust the problem. And by the property maintenance code, we have the authority to abate a problem or have the authority to initiate the abatement through a contractor or somebody like that and then charge it back to the county. Back to the property holder. So what happens is we give them plenty of time to clean it up, and then they have an appeal process. They can appeal their case to the planning commission. They have, I think it's 20 days. Then if they don't appeal it, and they still don't do anything, it's in some point of this process, a citation is issued to where it is actually a citable offense. The administrative costs are one thing, then the citation is another thing. So those fees, those costs are somewhat adjustable as compliance may be gained through cooperation. So again, it's important to emphasize the fact that we have more than we can take care of right now.
Yeah, I don't have any doubt about that. And I don't want you to think I meant anything.
No, I just wanted to support your position on this because as I speak, people come in every day with new complaints.
On that, Jeff, maybe the administrative assistant will help with this on the priority list because I know that there's quite a few, I don't have a number, that people use it as a way to get back at their neighbor. So, let's see, give you a call, and it's just really nothing. And so I'd be interested to know kind of the level of priorities because there's some really awful sites that really need our attention, and but how many of them are just your basic I'm going to get back to my neighbor type of complaints? I'd be interested in knowing.
Yeah, there's just about anything you can dream up going on. If nobody else wants it, we get it.
Well, then I have a few of those for you.
And we don't want it.
So, Mr. White.
Yes, sir.
What do you need to make code compliance more efficient?
I need more code officers. That's that simple.
How do we get more code compliance officers?
Well, we have to be able to evade the hiring freeze somehow, or because we're not general fund, we are self-funded, which helps take us out of the general fund hiring freeze process. Now, you guys can jump in anytime I'm getting off base here.
All departments are required to go through the hiring freeze process.
I know. That's why I said we need to come to some way to support hiring more code officers. However, that would be a board decision, I would assume. But if the work's important, we need to do it. It's that simple. If it's important, we need to do it. And right now, we're not able to keep up. So we do code compliance or we don't do code compliance. We're somewhere in between right now.
And again, I would recommend that our office work with Jeff, with Todd, with code compliance and building, to see what funding they have, ongoing funding they have available, and what that will support in the way of co-compliance officers. But I would recommend that it be part of the 15-16 budget. Going to make sure I'm in the right year.
So I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm sorry, CEO Ryan. So I understand that 25% of the building fees are set over to code compliance. Is that part of the funding?
No, not exactly. When the building fees were calculated, they were calculated to include 25% of the cost of code compliance. But all the building permit fee revenue has landed in the building department. No portion of that has been transferred over to cover 25% of code compliance
And
costs.
we're working also.
Those are funded right now. Code compliance is funded with, as Rebecca mentioned, with nuisance abatement funds and abandoned vehicle abatement funds.
So with Shirley's cooperation and oversight on this, we have decided that what we can do is bring on an extra hire person for a while. It's kind of like a temporary fix, but at least it should show what staffing in that department can help influence how we process these cases. And that's what the intent is show, okay, if we got more people, we can produce more work. And that's, I think, the obvious thing that we need to demonstrate. So I guess I owe the code compliance some more money, huh? It's only 25%.
If you have more people, that's a bigger number.
That's right. So yeah, we can cover that. Our revenues as of December have been pretty good. We're starting to see not what I would call robust industrial trend toward a lot of development, but it's there. It's starting to pick up. The other land use departments are seeing the same thing, so I'm enthusiastic about how we can probably cover some of the costs that we need to operate our own operations within our building department and code compliance. So we wouldn't do it without the money, obviously, but I think that at this point we can see that there's an opportunity to invest in getting the job done correctly. Not that it's not being done correctly now, but it could use a good shot in the arm.
Well, one of the things I saw was for the balance of this year, the extra hire for you based on the retirement that you had in December.
That's correct. We had
a lot of the
a couple of retirements in my department, so we've had some salary savings that can. It'll be we'll actually be in the plus column with that. So there's no deficit by bringing on somebody.
Right, but there's work sitting there to be done.
That's correct.
And any revenue above their expenditures at the end of the year go into a designated fund, so that as things grow, but they may not have sufficient funding that year, they could pull on the designated fund to help as the economy grows to try and keep pace with the workload.
That's correct. By the health and safety code, the money that our department brings in has to stay in the department. So if we sell more permits than we anticipated, we're able to keep some money in a reserve to hopefully take care of some of the other problems that are coming our way.
Is there any way you could put a school resource officer in there and a librarian?
Well, we might, if we could call him a code compliance officer.
There you go.
Is there a possibility that when they have, I know the sheriff has some issues sometimes with when they make, like a drug bust or a grow bust or something, and they have problems with not only buildings that are not in compliance, but also the chemical mess that they leave behind. Do you guys get involved in that?
To some degree, that usually we would, when we find that there's different types of dangerous chemicals around, that becomes a hazmat situation, and that can be coordinated with the sheriff's office and environmental management, all the way to the state level, whatever the contamination rate may be.
So
the fire department, that sort of thing.
I know that there's costs associated with that, and there could be fines levied on it, or it's a code violation.
Oh, absolutely. And some of the problems that we have is a specialized cleanup, and that can get real costly.
So, is that something that could be? We spend resources on that stuff. The sheriff spends resources on it. They don't get reimbursed, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
And so, is there a possibility of finding ways to get them reimbursed for some of that stuff?
Well, again, if we're talking about illicit and clandestine drug operations, most of those are done on somebody else's property anyway. So to nail down the property owner as the culprit who created the issue can get rather hard to deal with, I suppose. But to recap, I think is the Superfund still available, Jim? Yeah, so when it gets bad, there is a state fund that pitches in to do cleanup on some of these sites, depending on how bad the site is. Okay. But I don't know if we can. Again, the fines, it becomes more of a deal for the courts to look at what the fines are. It's a criminal offense versus a code offense.
I know the criminal offense, but there's also resources that we're spending to go deal with that stuff.
Yes.
And that's costing taxpayers, this county, money. And there should be a way to recover some of that.
Yes, there should be. I'm not aware of what that might be, but we do spend a lot of time on things that are a negative boogie. We don't get anything for it.
Okay, thank you, Jeff.
I do have one question, Ms. Callahan. Do we have any record of the fines or costs that we've collected so far, say in the last 2 years, out of code compliance and administrative citation?
Yeah, we'd have to go look that up.
Is that number 6 figures, 2 figures? Do we have any idea? I'd like to know that information if we could. Thank you. Yeah. Is it my turn still?
Yeah. No, you're talking.
Thank you, sir.
We're adjourned.
Another question. Do we have any outstanding loan obligations on anything that the county has as far as banks or lending institutions to cover any costs?
Yeah, we have the general obligation bond. We have this for the jail and sheriff's administration building. Okay. We have the certificates of participation, which part of that was used to purchase the property that the jail and courts now sit on, as well as we still have a balance there that can be used for county capital infrastructure projects.
These are all factored into the budget?
Mm-hmm. We have the side fund, which is it's the fund that we have in order to pay for the 3% at 50 benefit that was negotiated back in 2002 that we're paying. That will be paid off in June of 2018. We have ongoing capital leases that we're paying for vehicles in the sheriff's department. I think those are almost done. We have airport hangar, which we're paying. I'm missing one. I'm trying to think of the bills I paid. Yes, I mean we do certainly have debt.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we explored that avenue.
And those are all included in the budget.
That's in the audit, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's all in the audit. And everything's factored into our budget.
Yep.
Figures. Good.
Okay. Right. Any other questions by the board?
I have some comments.
Okay.
So thank you. I think it's a very thorough report, and my hat's off to everybody at the county level, because I know working within a budget and the budget limitations that we have, it can be very, very difficult at times. So kind of my thoughts in general is the general plan. Looking at next year's budget continues to be a priority in my neck of the woods. I'd like to look at our facilities. You mentioned the jail, the new jail, and I know we're looking at a kind of a first quasi-year of cost and such, so I'd be curious to see what we're looking at for this next year. And the big question and the elephant in the room is, what do we do with our old jail? I like the idea of the fee study. I think it's long overdue. And how to facilitate that, I'm not quite sure, but anything that we as a board can do to kind of direct that. I think we've been talking about it at least 2 years that I've been on the board. So I think that's really a priority this day and age for all departments. And, maybe some fees stay as they are and some are increased, I don't know. The big 3-letter word that nobody likes to hear about, and the 2 gentlemen in the front row seat, taxes. I like to say I have been getting some comments in my district about the TOT tax and taking a look at that. I'm not quite sure how to start with that, but we are, I think, the lowest now in the state of California, and I think that's an opportunity to take a look at that and see how we can support our tourism, which is our number one industry, with that TOT, and how else it could be beneficial to the county services that support tourism. In my district, roads, like most everybody else's district, is poor. Talk about a lot of the accidents on the roads. You can kind of summarize some of that to some of our county roads. And And so I've had folks in my district talk to me about it, the increase in sales tax, and the increased portion of that sales tax may go to something like public safety, primarily, not only sheriff, but looking at fire departments. They are all struggling, and their demands for services are increasing, not only for fire, but related to medical services in our community as first responders, and, of course, the roads. And I know with Public Works, and talking to Public Works, they're looking at a huge loss of funding this next year, and I really didn't see that addressed in this year's budget, so hopefully that funding is somewhat secured for this year. But going forward, I understand it's, $100,000 or more for Public Works, and we're already dealing with a bare minimum in public funds. 900,000. So it's almost $1 million. And, our road system in general. Technology, as we look forward, again, for 2 years we talked a lot about technology. There were some really good technology ideas and plans presented over a 2-year period. I know with the budget and the way it was, a lot of those things were put on hold. But as we look at, the increase of public wanting information, needing information, processing information, and we look at staff cuts and services reduced and that sort of thing, we don't really have a very good technology system to carry us forward. I think we're dealing a lot with Band-Aids and just email systems alone going down, and how, that's counterproductive in a lot of different ways for many people working at the county and trying to access county information. So I don't know what the answer is there, but that certainly kind of falls in line with that general plan. If we don't have the technology to keep up with the demands, and as we look at staff reductions and being more efficient, I think we seriously got to kind of bite the bullet and look at what kind of are the priorities with technology. Can't do it all at once, but moving forward there. Thankfully, court funding, so I think the work of, the Sheriff's Department and with County Council and getting the ear of the state and getting court funding is most helpful. That will kind of ease up that particular issue that we were having early on, and happy to see that come down our way. Then, of course, not much mentioned, but I do want to mention our libraries. I think a school resource officer is important. I look at all of these areas, it's just, we can't be adding staff and services and this and that if we don't have the funding to support it. And, all of these things are a priority. So I think for the board to say we want this and we want that, I think we all need to come together and say, what are those priorities? Is it the school resource officer? Is it keeping our libraries open? Animal services, and the list can go on, code compliance. The list can go on and on and on. So in the bigger picture for me, from where I stand, is that is our roadmap. And if we don't have a general plan in place in the next couple of years, we might as well just start shutting down things, because nobody's want to come in and invest in this community, whether it's for a commercial or retail or homes. And certainly we're not going to find businesses wanting to stay if we don't get our act together and have a general plan in place within the next, I like to say year, but I'll go with a year and a half, 2 years per Peter. So that's really a key element for us to get any of these other things done if we don't have a general plan in place.
Okay. Good. I appreciate the report. I think summing it up by saying status quo is a good way to shorthand it. And the budget really is the most critical thing I think that we as a board do, because it really should reflect on the ground everything that the county is doing. And so I think, and sometimes we lose sight of that, and we just think, oh, well, numbers up there, they balance out to zero, it's all good. And I know you guys don't really think that way, and that's part of your job, is to be that person and those people. But for me, it's about on-the-ground results. And I just think we can do a better job at the results. I think we need to better utilize the state that we're living in. We're only a few hours away from Silicon Valley. You look at UC Davis and the biotechnology down there. The resources we have available is amazing.
And so what I really would like to have is a task force on innovation formed so we can start to really utilize the expertise and the wealth and the knowledge we have in our state, because we're not doing it enough. We only have 44,000 plus people here. We can be the richest 44,000 people in the state if we, in the country, if we utilize our resources, our people better. So that's one of the things I'd like to see this next year is setting up that either an ad hoc committee or a task force of some sort to really get that going, even beyond. I know the economic development company has been working in that direction, but I just really want to tap those folks, get them here, help us run our county in a more innovative and efficient way. Because we got to do more. We're not having. I mean, even if TOT passes, that's only $200,000, and that's raising it to 10%. That's a huge fight. I think if we utilize all that time and energy and effort fighting for TOT or a sales tax increase, if we used all that time, working with people down in Silicon Valley, we could probably get that much money invested in our county with the same amount of time without raising taxes. So I just think we got to start expanding our horizons to bring in more money to our county. So that's my soapbox for the day.
I thought it was a very good presentation, folks. I think you put a lot of hard work into this, and as a team, we have a long ways to go. Sometimes I feel rather hard about some issues. Code compliance is one of mine. Public safety is another one. I'm a firm believer that if we can't have a safe county, we can't have a proper county. That doesn't mean that I'm going to wave just one banner. I'm going to be a team member. And I think together we can address these issues and find our solutions and go forward. Good job, folks.
No, I already answered all my questions. Thank you very much. Most of my questions are actually in anticipation of the process in June, to be frank with you. It's a good report. There's a lot of hard work done. It's not nearly as disastrous as it could have been. Thanks for what you did. I appreciate it. Thanks for answering the questions.
All right, so I'll thank you for the fifth time. I know how hard you guys work, and I know that you take a lot of beating. There's no doubt about that. A lot of it from me, actually. I've been kind of easy lately because I've been really busy. But it's nice to know that we, in a worst part recession, I think a worst part of the recession, that we're actually reducing our operating expenses and kind of moving in the right direction. Hopefully the economy will help us along here. I can say that that's probably going to be slower here than any place else in the state for some odd reason, other than maybe Klamath. But, and Chris was talking about resources and how we need to maximize our resources. And him and I have been, Chris and I have been working on this program, this watershed program, which I think is going to start getting some momentum, which will create jobs here, which is what we need to make our county run properly. We need young people, young people working here, young families filling our schools and working in this county. And that's how we become better positioned. One thing I learned about county is it's kind of like a car. It just drives around, and it doesn't really create anything. It just drives around and processes what comes into it. So it takes the innovation has to come from, I think, the board of supervisors and the people and the groups that work around the county. And I'm not saying that they don't help, because they do. They can make it easier, or they can make it more difficult. They can make it safer, which is what we all need. And that's why we're always pushing for that. It took me a long time to understand that, actually, but now I do. So having said that, we have some things that are actually working pretty good for the county. The EDC is starting to ramp up. The Chamber of Commerce in the past 6 months has made a tremendous forward movement, progress actually. And they are not only working within the county, but counties besides us. So that chamber is also trying to bring more resources to work together. And these are the types of things I think we need to be able to make our revenues more viable. And I'm just happy to see the effort and happy to see what's happening. But as far as county goes, just the county alone, I know that each department, and I've talked to a lot of the departments myself, and I know that every person in those departments are working very, very hard and to help us through this. And most of them, and most all of them, as a matter of fact, all of them that I've ever talked to, understand where we're at. And I think that they also appreciate the fact that this board and staff and admin are trying very hard to keep us at least status quo. It's important because it could go the wrong way real fast, and we're not doing that. So I appreciate that it's happening on my watch, actually. So I thank you for the report, and I agree that we need to do status quo as well. School resource officers are near and dear to my heart. I'm probably not going to get off of that one. It's going to keep coming back over and over. I'm working with Sam Leach with some possibilities there. Like I said, I talked to a couple of CHP officers, and they are excited about me going to their office and talking to them. I'm looking forward to working in that ad hoc committee once we get together. The other one is the Veteran Service Officer. I really would love to be able to get to a point where, and I think that you guys, Mary and Shirley, I think that you guys, when you met with,
Kevin.
Sorry?
Kevin.
Yeah, with Kevin. When you met with Kevin, I think that you probably calmed it down a little bit, but it's beyond Kevin. So we need to make sure that that we're taking care of our vets. There's a lot of them up here hiding. You don't even get to see them. And I also heard, Mary, that they approved the big clinic or hospital in Stockton, the VA. Yeah, so.
They're on their way to approving it. I didn't get the final word in.
All right, so it's going to be. We really need to think about how we can do what we can for our folks up here. So, anyhow, thanks again, staff, and. I was getting there. I wanted to see if Megan wanted to say anything first. But anyhow, okay, I'll go to public comments.
She wants overtime,
I'm really impressed. House of Gallup Taxpayer Association, and Shirley, you did a really good job. And I think that you definitely can erase that part where you're interim. You're not interim. You're really the boss.
It's on all the papers, though, Al.
Huh?
It's on all the papers.
It's on all the papers. I have 6 suggestions, and I try to make them succinct, because if I don't, the pretty hands will hit me. First one is identify the problem laws that mostly the state is doing or has in place that's hurting our county and making us less efficient. And I'm not saying that we have to holler and yell or anything to the state, but try to come up with suggestions that the way those laws could be fixed so that they would not be retarding our efficiency. And some of those laws have to do with CalPERS. There might be some suggestions we would have that CalPERS could follow, and also other counties can chime in with us through CSAC and the rural county, I forget the name of the rural counties. Yeah, and it can be done in a positive way. that our state representatives would feel proud in bringing about the modifications of the state laws. Number two, seek ideas from the staff and employees. Now, this is probably already being done. I just don't know about it. Sometimes the person that's out there raking asphalt or digging a ditch can see a better way of doing something. And if he's there to put his time in, and if he's discouraged from making constructive comments, whatever it is that could be improved won't be. So to try to encourage employees all the way down to the bottom, maybe with a suggestion box with a little reward or lunch or something. Keep the reward low because you don't want to hurt the taxpayers. Seek a study for cost savings found by other counties. Sometimes you don't have to reinvent the wheel. The Recent Foundation has quite a few experts on how to contract out for some things where it's more efficient and brings about a better service to the customer and the taxpayer.
30 seconds.
Oh, wow. No tax increases, including TOT. We do have a general plan now. We don't need a more intrusive general plan. That makes it more difficult for people to develop in our county. And the last one, co-compliance. I wonder if we're moving into a situation of pack rat suppression. This means that maybe those 1,100, some of those 1,100 don't really need to be, are not really a problem at all. And perhaps we need to modify the criteria so we don't oppress people that are just pack rats. And I think Chris would agree with that. It's property rights. Thank you.
Thank you. I had a couple of questions. I'm looking at the comparison of the salaries from last year to this year, and it seems like there's a little bit of an increase. And I'm wondering, I'm assuming, of course, that there's been pay raises or COLAs awarded to all employees. Is that part of our budget? Was there any inclusion of a pay raise or a COLA for the 275 home care workers that haven't had a pay raise in 5 years? Is that included in this budget at all? I know the union has not been assertive in promoting a new contract with any kind of increase in benefits or wages. So I'm just wondering if the county is considering those workers and their lack of attention for the past 5 years.
Kathy Gomes, Angels Camp, and also a county employee. And Supervisor Edson, I would hope that Steve Angels will be included with the SRO committee exploration.
We'll take money from anybody. Where is that?
Pardon?
I think they have their own SRO.
I just have, I guess, some questions and some quandaries. By law, I have to pay my property taxes, and the bill says to make the check out to the Calaveras County tax collector. When I recently applied for a passport, I had to pay a fee to the county clerk. None of these payments are kept by the individual elected officials. They are deposited with the department and go to the general fund. When a case is determined to need to go through the public administrator, probate law sets the schedule of payments based on the size of the estate. If the public administrator requires an attorney, then a fee is also determined by probate law and is required to be paid to county council. Those payments for legal services are deposited with county council department and go to the general fund. The attorney who's helping with that case does not get a check made out to them. Past practice has been to issue payment for the public administrator services directly to the person elected to the position of coroner public administrator rather than being deposited into the department of coroner public administrator. So I would like to get clarification as to the legality of the public administrator payments going directly to the elected official rather than the department. Is there a valid ordinance or resolution passed by the board that states that the coroner public administrator should receive both the stated salary and also personally receive the fees determined by probate court or code? So the handout that I gave you is the filing fees and signature in lieu that came with the election, and it shows coroner public administrator, how many signatures, the salary, and the fee that they have to pay in lieu. And I guess my question is if the filing fee to run for office was based on this $56,285 salary, but the position is actually potentially paid a much higher amount depending on how many estates go through public administrator, is there an issue with the filing fee?
30 seconds.
Should it be higher? Should it be based on the base rate of $56,284 plus the estimated probate fees of $60,000 that are now going to go in to this newly created budget? And then does the public know that the elected position earns more than just the stated salary and benefits? I believe that there should be transparency, that others may be interested in running for that position if they knew that there was a much greater salary that could be received.
Good afternoon, Jim Macedo, Sheriff's Office. Are you taking departmental questions and comments now, or is that after public comment?
What's the board protocol?
I think normally you took departmental comments before public, but I can certainly wait if that's...
Why don't we let Peter go and then we can go to the department.
Can you let me go out of here, or?
I thought you were
If
leaving.
you'd like, yeah, it's open.
Yeah, you hurt his feelings, he's going to leave.
I'm very sensitive. First of all, I'd like to add just a couple of comments from the board. And I'm not going to make any friends behind me either, because some of those folks are not going to like me too much. One of the comments was that if we have a general plan, we're going to get a whole busload of jobs. Well, I have an audio for 47 minutes. We had two elected officials, one up there, one standing here. We got rid of one. The other one hopefully is on the way out. Get the general plan going, boy. We got 500 jobs in here. All of them. Okay, let's get the thing straight. Another one, we talk about how many population we have in this county. Somebody's giving you some bad figures. Ask the schools. How many signs up? How many kids are registering to be going in school? That's been dropping like crazy. Okay, that's another thing. So that's a good, more reality numbers in the county. Because if the kid's not registering for school anymore, they're bopping out of here. Now, I have a great compassion for public servants. But little documentaries show that 64% of all these public servant people, when they retire, they boogie out of here, out of the state. It's not your fault, but that's reality. In a very near future, folks, and hopefully I can put you on a spot, and I want to see what kind of message you're going to send to CSAC. Prop 13. We missed it by 3 Democrats who got too greedy. They lost a supermajority, and otherwise we would have Prop 13 split. And that's going to be on the ballot coming soon. Another thing is mentioned, property tax coming in. Not you folks, don't get me wrong, but a proper member sitting up there, they avoid a little minor detail informing your constituents. When you're in a flood zone, you can exercise your Prop 8 rights. I don't know if intentionally, out of total ignorance. But once people realize that they can lower their property values because they're in a flood zone, the property tax that you're going to collect could reduce substantially. That's reality. Those folks don't know it.
30 seconds.
Another thing. Hey, how about take a look at how much real estate you folks have as a county? How much cash can you get together? Is it an asset or is it a debit for you? You got property all over the place, county property. Is it making money for you or is it costing you money? Get rid of it, folks. 3 top priorities, and one of them you didn't even talk about. Public safety, the cops. Okay? The other one is those firefighters. Okay? And the first responders. One of them is in bad, bad shape, folks. You like it or not. That's in bad shape. Another thing, in the general plan, I think I noticed something about assessment districts. Which one of you guys is going to sell it to your constituents that you might be having some assessment districts in a county? Take a look at the general plan. There's a certain thing, assessment district. Tomorrow night, I believe, well, I don't know if it's tonight or tomorrow night, one of the water districts in Valley Spring, a $9 million figure, $9 million bond or something they want for a service agency. And you don't have much control over it because the schmucks in Sacramento, they're going to pull the rug out from underneath you. Because it's costing more money every year to pay off those bonds, interest and principals, than they're taking in. And they're going to give you a shaft if you think they said keep going to give you money, bail you out. The reality is going to hurt. So I don't envy you. And a lot of this stuff was dropped on you. And it's, hey, the past is behind you. Profit from it. Learn from it. Thank you.
Okay. Any more public comments? I thought Vicki was getting up to say something.
Yeah, Vicki.
Bye.
No, you scared her, boy. That dirty low side.
All right. So can I hear from the departments, please?
Good afternoon, Jim Macedo, Sheriff's Office. I just have one question. It's regarding page 14 of the report. It's recommended actions for the board for preparation of the 2015-16 budget preparation. It's item number 4. It states, direct the auditor controller to assist departments that provide services to other departments and agencies, including human resources, information systems, auditor controller, county council, CAO's office, to identify and begin to collect data to support direct charges for those services provided. What I'd specifically like to know is itemized what exactly where we're headed and what we're going to do. Is the sheriff's office going to be charged for services? And if so, what services? And are we going to be included in charging other county departments for the services we provide? I don't know that everybody has the answer for that yet, but this is a large and potentially very controversial topic. And in reading it, it's hard to interpret for me where we're headed. Thank you.
If I can go down through a list of the few questions put forth by unless there's somebody, I'm sorry. As far as Bonnie Newman's question about the COLAs, yes, there was a 4% COLA included in the current year budget. This was negotiated 3 years ago. Was there any COLAs included for home care workers? No. There has not been a renewal of that contract as of yet. Well, fire and first responders are critical. Fire districts are a special district receiving a portion of the property taxes. There is no general fund contribution to them other than the county pays for the CAL FIRE dispatch contract that dispatches all fire and rescue. As far as Captain Macedo's question, basically, we have looked at the past, and I know this has always been a very hot topic, about the services that the central service departments provide. They provide services to other county departments and special districts. The board has heard this before. There has been, when we were talking about doing the fee study, one of the things I mentioned was those indirect costs that departments don't think about when they calculate their fees. and those are the services that are provided by other county departments. The auditor's office writes their payables checks, they writes their payroll, calculates the payroll, writes the payroll checks, etc. We don't currently have a time tracking methodology that we can really see what those costs, other than writing down each day what we do or by the number of checks that we propose. We've been looking at a way to look at what those costs are, to provide that information to departments, and this will be really critical, not only as part of the indirect cost plan, but when they're looking at their fees, so they can build into those fees a methodology to capture those costs. Additionally, when they're applying for grants, that they build in those overhead costs. There is no plan, immediate plan. I don't see it, and quite frankly, I don't see it in 15-16 or 16-17 to start direct charging those departments, but it is a methodology that we need to look at to what those costs are, especially if we're going to be looking at department fees.
Okay. Any other department comments? Len? Okay. Thank you very much. Anything else we need to do?
You need to do the next item, which is the budget
I
adjustments.
thought we were going to switch seats again.
Well, we could find you.
So item 12 is complete then? Is that correct?
Yeah, item 12 is done. We'll move on to, you're going to stay there, Shirley?
Yeah, at the moment, yes. I'll come back up after the next two items.
Item number
13.
13.
Item number 13 is the mid-year budget adjustments as included in the mid-year report. The recommendation is that the board approve the mid-year budget adjustments. It will require a 4/5 vote because it is $130,576, I believe, was the amount drawn on contingencies.
Okay, so then we'll do that. Item number 13, approve fiscal year 2014 and 15 general fund and non-general fund budget adjustments per attachments A and B by a 4/5 vote. So I'll call for a vote then. A motion?
Do we need to open it up for comment or anything?
I think we do since it's
Yes, no? Whatever.
I would recommend that you do, if you want to open public comment, since all of these are regarding the budget, you can open public comment for both items 13 and 14.
Okay. Public comment. Item number 13.
I apologize because, well, when you get old, as you see now, there's a number of places where your property tax duplicating for the same thing. But the water district has your property tax. Board of Super got property tax. Now, sometimes they complement each other, sometimes they negate each other. When you participate in some of these nonprofit organizations, one organization for it, using property tax for the expenses, the other says against it, using property tax to negate it. That's such a waste of money. Might be, if you can, a distinguished attorney, make service district be a service district. You make the general policies. And then, utilizing your property tax for one single purpose, that is you are responsible for the county. Tuolumne County Watershed, they put in $13,000, you put in $13,000, you even extracted $700 from Murphy's. Then you sell extra seats for $100 a piece. Okay? Duplication. Who is representing this county on general policies? That's pander. That's waste. It's your waste of your constituents' money. You putting money into it, they putting money into it. Sometimes it's complementary, but it's duplication. Sometimes it just zeroes it out. You have a water district guy there. He can tell you. You can only have so many bosses. But when everybody thinks they are kings, you're duplicating the cost of the administration. Thank you.
Any other public comments? Now I'll bring it back to the board. So can I have a motion, please?
Can I just make one suggestion? Kathy Gomes had brought up a question on the public administrator receipt of revenue. That my only thing would be, we did receive an opinion from council. I am not in agreement with that opinion. So I would ask that it be reviewed by you because it is not transparent pay. The public has no idea that that compensation has been occurring. It's occurred under a current coroner public administrator. It occurred prior to that. It's been in place all the way back to 1970. And it may have made sense at the time, but I cannot find a single public administrator in the state of California that is receiving compensation in that manner. And I cannot find a single officer that works for a county that receives compensation in that manner. I can find a lot of examples of statutes that say that you have to write me as the auditor controller a check, but that doesn't mean that I turn around and write myself a check. I'm the officer that collects fees on behalf of the county, and the Board of Supervisors is who dictates what my salary is, and that has been missing in the public administrator compensation, which is also causing issues for him because it means that that's compensation at this point that we can't report to PERS. So it's not to his benefit that it's established the way that it is. So I would ask for additional clarification on that. I would suggest that the board pass the budget as it's presented, but I would ask for, so that doesn't come and bite us at some point, that does get resolved.
I am aware of the differences of opinion between your office and my office. It is something that I will be looking at and issuing either an additional opinion or concurring with what our office has already opined. Thank you.
Yeah, I make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Supervisor Wright, a second by Supervisor Conti to approve fiscal year 2014 and 15 budget, our general fund and non-general fund budget adjustments per attachment A and B by a 4/5 vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None? So it's got it. 5-0. All right. Item number 14.
Item number 14 are the recommended changes to the position control list that was outlined in both the mid-year report and the PowerPoint presentation. However, there is one correction to the attached resolution. It is in the regarding the reclassification under reclassification to department. The second one down, position number 5102. It is an account technician 123 position, and the ranges are 77, 71, 90, 72, 75, and it is bargaining unit 7. It was erroneously stated as a 506 range and a 5 confidential supervisory position. So we will, if the board approves this resolution, I would recommend that you approve it as amended, please.
And that's in the resolution?
It is.
Where's it at on here?
It should be attached. It should be part of it if you scroll down.
Packet page 119.
Yeah. So mine says, is it in the middle there, building department?
If you look at reclassifications from to, it is the second one here on the building. It says 506, 5S, which means supervisory confidential, bargaining unit as a supervisor. It should be bargaining unit 7, and the ranges should be the same as the one above it.
Okay.
Trust me.
All right. Okay, so can I have public comments, please? None? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board.
I'll make a motion to approve with the amendment as noted.
I'll second. All right, so we have a motion by Supervisor Pani, second by Supervisor Wright, to adopt a resolution authorizing changes to the position control list for fiscal year 2014 and 2015, including the amendment for, what is it, auto account tech 123?
Right.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 0. So that passes. All right, so let's move on to board member announcements. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
Want me to start off?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So I attended the CSAC board meeting down in Sacramento as an alternate. Michael was the regular attendee, and I'll let him go into detail on that meeting. Thought it was very informative as far as the amount of different subjects CSAC focuses on is pretty remarkable. Long-going discussions with community members around the general plan, the community plans in District 2 especially. Still working with the planning director to get the community plans that were already approved by the board back into the general plan. It's just kind of an oversight on the last interim planner when he came in, so trying to get that back in. Had a Sierra Nevada Conservancy meeting here with Cliff Edson and John Garamendi Jr. Met with Jim Branham and 2 of his staff members. Jim Branham's executive director.
And Dana Jorgens.
And that's true, Dana was there too. And regarding the watershed project we're working on, let's see. Oh, and I went to the Cal Waste Recycle facility down in Galt. Got the tour there, and a lot of really interesting information there. It's funny. You can talk about how it's hard to collect recycling in the remote parts of West Point, out Winton Road, or off of Garner Road in Railroad Flat, and then suddenly you're talking about how the trade strike in Oakland has backed up all of their recycling, so they can't ship their recycling where they ship 40% of it overseas to Asia. And the problem with if they didn't get that shipped pretty soon, they may lose those clients, those buyers of those recyclables may go to a different country altogether to buy that recycling. So it's just kind of interesting how tied together the world is when you can skip from Calaveras County to East Asia in a span of about one sentence. So I just find it the world we live in is pretty fascinating. So with that, I will turn it over to the next board.
Okay, Debbie.
I have the honor privilege of touring Cal Waste tomorrow in the Gulf area, so I'm looking forward to that. I had missed an opportunity earlier or last year. Copperopolis had a general plan outreach meeting held last Thursday in Copperopolis. Probably 50 or so people attended. I thought it was pretty well attended, like most of the GP outreach meetings. It's kind of interesting. I kind of hear a 50-50 in regards to growth or no growth or leave it as it is. So I think the planning staff is doing a good job in communicating the general plan and where we stand right now. And I'm getting a tremendous amount of folks calling and wanting to be able to comment on the general plan, so just continue to encourage that public outreach. EMS meeting, the next one will be April 8th. Those are held in Copperopolis, 9 o'clock at the Copper Fire Station and open to the public. IHSS will not be meeting in February. The meeting will be on March 30th. Hopeful by then we have a few more as we appointed today and such, to where we'll have a quorum for that meeting. COG will be having a meeting on March 4th here in the board chambers. EDC, I was introduced and had known, but I was updated, you might say, on the EDC efforts here for Calaveras County, in meeting with the three board members and hearing about their work in getting the EDC up and rolling. I think they're doing a lot of work now. You don't see much of it because it takes a lot to kind of put the organization structure in place to be able to assist businesses that are existing here and how they can help them. I think they're doing a lot of networking with folks like Motherlode Job Training and such to be able to, grow services that are currently located in Calaveras County, and how can we help those businesses grow, because I think there's lots of opportunity for infill and bring in expansion of services of current businesses that are already here in Calaveras County. And then, the other part of their efforts is taking a look at doing an inventory of the county and being able to have that inventory list of what our needs are, where we have land use opportunities, and being able to go out and outreach. The nice part about all of this was that, very professional in their organization, and the work with Larry Cope in Tuolumne County has been very nice. He's been very open and helpful and has served as a nice mentor to our EDC efforts here. So I look forward to more information with EDC coming out in this next few months. And, hats off to Chair Edson for getting this group together and helping them move forward in this last year and a half. That's all I have.
Out of respect for Chairman Edson, I'm going to keep this very brief, seeing last meeting he didn't get a chance to report. I did attend the Cal Waste tour in Lodi, and once again, Supervisor Wright hit it right on the nail when he said that's a fantastic operation. I learned some things about recycling that I may have taken for granted, and had an in-depth study of what goes on in that industry and how important it is to our county, nevertheless the environment. Same night I did attend at the Evans Pass Fire Station, the general plan open house. That was well attended by approximately 35, 40 people. Got a chance to listen to the views expressed by our constituents regarding the general plan and how it's going to be progressing here shortly. Once again, I'll be attending the one scheduled for tomorrow night in Murphy's at the Masonic Hall. We were fortunate to have two meetings in our District 3 regarding the general plan. Last night I attended the LAFCO meeting here held in the board chambers. It was my first LAFCO meeting assigned to that committee. They established their president, actually the chairman and vice chairman, and was brought up to speed on what's coming forth in the next year. I found that to be a very interesting committee to an extent that I see its functions and the importance it is to our county here. I am scheduled to attend the Gamby disposal sites here located in our county, our transfer stations, to get a complete look at our solid waste programs and things of that sort. I'm looking forward to that. I do have an issue with some of our constituents regarding District 3 and the AB transfer station and the ID checking procedures. In fact, I just received an email from a constituent indicating that's causing some problems with trash being deposited on private land, trash being deposited on our highways. I have seen personally a couple of bags of trash recently since we adopted that policy. I think we're using the best possible practices right now as far as to ensure that people using that facility are authorized to use it, although there is an issue on renters when they actually rent and pay their rental fees and their tax, and the owners of the rentals are paying their property taxes should they be allowed to use that facility. And identifying those people is somewhat of a problem. So I'll probably be looking for a solution for that. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Since our last meeting, I went to a meeting of Calaveras Republicans. Dana Jorgensen from Senator Berryhill and Assemblyman Bigelow's office was there to talk about a number of subjects, but it turned into one long discussion of water issues and water legislation, which was very interesting, and he did a good job, you might say, officiating the discussion. I have held my office hours twice, as I've said. This week, typically they're Thursday from 1 to 3. This week I will not be able to go to them because I have CSAC training that was scheduled before I was sworn in, and I will be at that. But I will go to them the following week. Some of my visitors during these office hours, I've included Dave Jeffords from the PDC, the Economic Development Company. I haven't attended one of their meetings in over a year. I was really very encouraged and excited to hear all the progress that they've made in the time since I've last been there. There's a really nice app that I love the people that say shop local, but I like to say give them a reason to shop local. So they've created an app of Calaveras where you can actually key in and find things. Say you want a restaurant, you key it in, and if somebody locally subscribed to the app, it'll bring it up. So I thought that was neat, and they've worked on a whole lot of other things that have already been highlighted. Another visitor that I've had, and I'm very thankful that she came, was Bonnie Newman. She is as energetic on a personal level as she is in a meeting level, and helped me understand IHSS. I'm the alternate supervisor assigned to that. I knew nothing about it when I was assigned to it. I can tell you it does take some effort to get to know it. I was glad that she came. She helped me out understanding it substantially. I was a guest speaker at the Valley Springs Area Business Association, and I also attended a Chamber of Commerce mixer at the Hart Center. My compliments to the Chamber of Commerce as well as the Hart Center. It was a well-attended evening. Senator Berryhill was there. I have to say, Stacy Johnston, who is the executive director of the Chamber of Commerce, has done a very good job progressing the organization. Has to be with the support of their board, I guess, but it's been quite a while since I've seen such a rousing crowd at one of those. It was very, very well attended. Good job to her. Last evening, for the first time in well over a year, we had a meeting of the Solid Waste Advisory Task Force. We basically were starting from ground floor, you might say. We elected a chair who was Rudy Vacarezza and a vice chair who is Kelly Kidd. We look forward to giving some quarterly reports on the things that we can do in formalizing that task force a little bit more than it has been. And there's a lot of excitement in the group. A lot of good things can be done, and a lot of opportunity to work with the county and help it out. From there, because I haven't had enough to do that day, I stopped by on the way home at the Valley Springs Elementary General Plan Workshop. I've been to 3 of them now, and while I wasn't able to get to all of that one, each one is a different crowd. I know there's only one more left, but if people are listening and they haven't been to one, it's in Murphy's, go to it, even if you don't live there. It really is an eye-opener to talk to the different people in the county, because everybody has their own view, and this is your chance to make an effect on what's going on. And I compliment the planning department because they have put a lot of effort into this, and they put a lot of work into it. And that's...
Forgot something. on last Thursday.
I sure did, and I am so sorry that I did that. I was so proud when we did this that I almost couldn't live with myself. But first off, I want to say that several weeks ago, a constituent contacted me who has 3 children. I won't state their name at this point and embarrass them, but has 3 children wearing a uniform, and of course my son is too. And I am embarrassed to say that I've been driving by the flagpole in Valley Springs for some time, and the flag was very tattered, and I just haven't paid attention, and she pointed it out to me. And so I right away get excited about changing the flag, and of course our ever-energetic chair, Cliff Edson, is already 2 steps ahead of me, and he'd already started the process. And so I offered to partner with him, which he let me, and I was very proud that last Thursday we ran a flag up the pole. He had also obtained this really neat solar light that goes on top of the flagpole. When we had a problem getting that installed, he shins up a long ladder, and which I've got a picture of, and repairs the, I don't know if that was an OSHA-approved activity or not, but repairs the light that's shining on the flag, and it really was a good moment. Thank you to Supervisor Edson, and I thank him for reminding me of it, because I was contacted after the event and was asked why we'd sought public donations to do that. I don't know how that rumor got started. It is simply not true. No, it wasn't. And I have offered several times to pay for half of it, and the fact of the business is, even though he's partnered with me, Supervisor Edson picked up the entire financial tab, and I thank him for partnering with me. Now I'm going to have to bring him in at my expense on something in the future.
Oh, you will.
Yeah, I have that feeling.
It is going to be bigger now.
Yeah.
It ain't going to be Taco Bell either.
Thank you very much, Cliff. I mean that sincerely.
You know, it's nice to know that that I have a partner, and I know that for a time there I was picking up. I felt like I had double duty, and now I don't feel like that anymore. So Steve is also picking up a lot of stuff that I may be missing, or that I was doing before. Now he has it like solid waste. That was a big one. I was getting really entangled in the recycling portion of it, and Steve has relieved me of that duty, and I feel really good about that, actually, because I know that it's in good hands. February 11th, we did interviews, and that's where we chose or did interviews for Public Works Director. February 11th also, I went to a meeting up in Angels Camp with the Republican Party, and we talked about AB 142 and many other issues. It's the first time I ever actually been to one of those meetings, and I really like the folks that were there. There's a lot of people that are interested in our county's well-being. And what I'm what's interesting to me is I mingle with both sides of the aisle quite a bit, and really everybody's pretty much the same. They really care about where we live and what happens here. So there's more commonality, I think, than people realize. February 12th, I had the opportunity to give a presentation of the Calaveras Watershed Management Pilot Program to the Associated California Loggers in Jackson. Very large group. I was really surprised. I almost got stage fright. That lasted for about a minute. And well received. There was some Forest Service folks there. Forest Service supervisor was there, and he spoke after I did, which was kind of difficult for him, I think, because those folks are pretty reserved, but he did a great job. Talked about a lot of the same things that we talk about in the program, actually. And I was, again, happy to see how many things were matching On February 12th, earlier, Chris and I, like you mentioned, met with Sierra Nevada Conservancy. Dana Jorgensen was there. John Garamendi always tries to support us. He was there. And 3 people from Sierra Nevada came down from Auburn to meet with us about our watershed management program. And so since then, John Garamendi called me yesterday, and he went up there and met with them, and we're finding out that there may be a light at the end of the tunnel. So pretty excited about that. On February 13th, which was Friday, so I got out of the Associated California Loggers. That was a lively group, I got to tell you. And one thing I want to mention, one guy came up to me and he says, "Do you know why we work in the forest?" I said, "Why is that?" "Because we love it." And a lot of people think that loggers are just up there hacking and tearing things up, but they also love the environment in which they work. So very good group of people. I got out of there around 10:30. There was a lot of people that loved to talk there, including me. Then I went to RCRC at 10 o'clock on Friday morning, met with their staff, and again, a presentation with the Calaveras County, or the Calaveras Watershed Management Pilot Program. That went really well. They now know, what it's all about, what we're after, and so they're going to start looking for opportunities for Calaveras County to start this. February 16th, I met with Terry Strange from CCWD. We talked about many issues, including what his passions are. It's around teaching, resource management, and the guy's really smart when it comes to bugs in the water. He loves bugs in the water, and so he says the bugs in the water are kind of like the parakeet in a mine. When you start having problems with the bugs in the water, you know that there's going to be problems with our environment. But anyhow, we were talking about educational possibilities. We'd like to get Delta College or Columbia College to start putting on water programs, water education here in our county. And I think that's a possibility, actually. We're working on a couple of things there. On the 16th, in the evening, I went to a meeting at 6 o'clock with that has to do with Calaveras Got Talent. Remember I mentioned this before. There's going to be a countywide talent show for Calaveras. Anybody in Calaveras with that has a band or a soloist, it's going to be kind of like America's Got Talent type thing, but we're doing it countywide, and we will start doing auditions in April. It's going to be in 9 different locations. We picked out all of the areas in the county that we felt that would be easiest for folks to get to, including 2 locations in your county, in your district.
I got a whole county.
Your district, yeah. It's kind of like a county up there. So that is going to go on for the summer. Sometime late in September, there'll be a final. The final is going to be at Ironstone on in their amphitheater. So that should be a pretty cool event. If anybody would like to help, we're meeting again on March 5th or 6th. It's on Thursday. And at 5 o'clock at the hospital, over here at the learning rooms, sure could use people's help to make this thing happen. The goal is to raise money for the music programs in both schools, or all schools in Calaveras County. On the 17th, agenda review. That's where I go in and get beat up. Not too bad, though. On the 18th, I went to Valley Springs Area Business Association, and that was lunch at Good Friends. Steve, Supervisor Kearney spoke there. He was the guest speaker. Did a real nice job. Brought gifts, passing out gifts. He was everybody's friend that day, huh?
Buying books is what they said.
Yeah, that was real good. Bought a lot of books that day. did a really great job. It was a pretty good sized crowd there, and you know, he boasted about working together and working in a single direction. So that's really great. He mentioned the flag. That was a pretty great event, actually. You know, I've been watching that flag get more and more tattered for months, and it was one of my constituents that brought it to my attention. Matter of fact, it was a topic on Facebook at one time, probably about 4 months ago. And so, you know, without even asking anybody, what I did, I just went and ordered a flag and a light. But and Supervisor Kearney offered to pay me half, but it's not that big a deal. So there was a whole bunch of people out there willing to chip in on that deal. So we, you know, it hasn't, you know, the center of Valley Springs now has a brand new, beautiful flag. And right after that, I walked across the street, watched them pull out a 4th tank that they didn't know was in the ground. That was pretty interesting. Never seen them do that before. And it had about a foot of old gas in it and water. And so they had a pump truck over there. They pumped it out, and then they throw a dry ice in the bottom of it. I didn't know they did that. And the reason they do that is to lower the possibility of an explosion, because just a little spark can do it, apparently. So that dry ice, I guess, reduces that possibility. So. No, it's across the street. Yeah, where they moved the building, right there on the corner. Yeah, there was 4 tanks in the ground, right there. Yeah. So that was a learning experience for me. And Erica, our health inspector, the person that comes in and inspects the restaurants, was there, learning about it. So I was happy to see that you know, her interest in that as well. On the 19th, I met with Sam Leach, and we talked about education and how to, you know, try to find opportunities within the county to rehabilitate through education some of his clients. And so we're going to meet again on in about a week and a half, and do a little bit of research on what we can do. And that's about it, other than LAFCO. Last night I was late because last night I also went to the general plan workshop in Valley Springs at the Valley Springs Elementary School. And then I beat it up here, and I was late for our LAFCO meeting, my first one. But there was a lively discussion down there. So, and that's all I have. You guys have anything? Really? Okay. Anything from the public at all? Diane?
Yes, I would like to remind all of the conflict of interest and Form 700 filers for the county, for the citizen boards, committees, and commissions, and for special districts that the April 1st deadline to file your Form 700, your annual filing, is quickly approaching. For many of the special districts, you will be filing those 700s with your district staff or representative and not here at the county. So that's a change this year. That's it.
All right. And Mary, I want to thank you for working so hard with the veterans. I know that's a difficult situation. So I know you put in a lot of time with it. Thank you. And that's it for today. Meeting. Except for our closed session.